Welcome back to Europa Universalis 5. I'm Decathlon Gamer. We are set to begin a new campaign yet again. Previously, we tried to take on Delhi, only to find that it is set for self-destruct. It's not the only nation in the game set for self-destruct, and I'm still trying to learn which nations are set for that, but Delhi in particular has one big implosion prepared for itself, and it's coming from multiple directions. You're certainly welcome to try to take it on and avoid said destruction, but it is brutal, and I was having none of it. So we are going to start anew yet again today. Huan is also one of those nations set for self-destruct. We have played previously in Europe, and within Europe, you have a lot of choices, of course, but you're going to have a similar gameplay each and every time. And so a Scotland campaign would be different on a couple of accounts. One, I have not done Northern Europe yet, and there's your different account. Sneeze. Hello, spring. It does have a different pathway into the new world and could absolutely get there. Of course, the challenges that come with Scotland is England to your south, France beyond that. And other than that, you have a pretty healthy pathway. And I think eventually I will get to a Scottish campaign. Likewise, pushing beyond the limits of Europe, Morocco offers that same sort of challenge and would kind of give me a second go on the Portugal campaign, but I'm not quite ready for that yet. Key about Morocco is, for one, you have a small foothold directly into Europe, but you're also on the edge of Europe, so you'll quickly get technology. But you are different. But you have a huge advantage into African expansion, and as I've seen within every campaign, Morocco does well on a regular basis. It's got a large population base already at near 2 million. It's got a healthy advantage, and played correctly, I would think Morocco could be a massive power into the new world, and it's a much easier start than Portugal, probably. But I'm not ready to get back into a European campaign just yet. Still fresh off of one, and Delhi in a single session did not take care of my urge to get out of the region and try something new. So what does that leave? Well, Africa and Asia. Going into those, realistically, there's probably, I'd say, 5 to 6 choices. One, Japan, the shogunate, which is actually a ton of small vassals. It's a whole playthrough by its own. It's a unique playthrough that I'll get to eventually. Korea, or Goryeo, is a vassal under Yuan, so you're kind of hand-tied, but you're maybe the strongest vassal underneath them, and when they eventually implode, then you can emerge from the ashes and become a strong player eventually. You have to really take things carefully and easily, and be patient, and I'm not ready for that campaign just yet. I'm trying to avoid these two particular major obstacles that present themselves in that region. We could stay in India, which was what we were trying to do last time, and just go to the neighbor, the stable neighbor, maybe the more powerful second bet in Vijayanagar, outlast Delhi, and become a huge force and have the same sort of campaign we were kind of looking for with the huge population base that is India, just not the implosion piece. Definite option, but we just just tried that. So I'm going to try to stay out of India this time, meaning realistically, my choices come down to two East African nations in Ethiopia or Kilwa. Plenty of room for expansion, easy neighbors to conquer, problem being access to technology, or Majafit. Majafit has a number of vassals in the region, is fairly powerful already, can grow. Now, the room for expansion is similar, and I think instead of Ethiopia, I would rather do a Kilwa type campaign, which I've done in EU4, and actually that was my first ever EU4 campaign on YouTube. Was a very strong Kilwa campaign. Really enjoyed that one. So there was Kilwa or Majafit. So between these two, circumstances are very similar. They are both strong players in their region. They both have room for expansion through weaker nations surrounding them. They both have room for expansion in colonization, and not just room, but tons of room for expansion through colonization if you can get a good, strong, stable economy first. The difference between the two nations is going to be access to technology. Now, it's a problem for both. It is a problem for both of them. But here's how I think Kilwa is a little bit better off than Majafit when it comes to tech. Majafit, to its east, or should we say to the west, as you pass the international date line, there is no access to technology in that direction. To the north, there's no access to technology. To the west, there's no access to technology. To the northwest, that's where things are going to slowly trickle through, and they've got a long ways to travel from Europe to make their way towards Majafit. Meaning, by time the Europeans, which is much later in the campaign, of course, but by time the Europeans make their way out there, Majafit's going to be playing catch-up. Now, Kilwa does have a similar problem, but here's why their problem is better. Geographically, much further to the west. One, Europeans are going to be coming and colonizing earlier. Much earlier in the game. So they're not going to be as far ahead in technology by time they reach Kilwa. And if we are large enough and powerful enough early on, they would target smaller, weaker enemies around and not necessarily try to attack Kilwa. And even if they do, they're going to do it from small colonies with small armies, with small levy bases in the region that Kilwa would be probably bigger than and stronger than if we aren't still small. So you can handle the Europeans and catch up on the technology. Also, at the same time, as you come to grip with things earlier, Kilwa is going to have a trade range that brings you at least up into this region, and getting access to markets up here means through trade we can pick up technology much earlier than Majafit can, whose trade range is only going to be to, here. Maybe not even India. So Kilwa is going to be a far superior option, I think, to compared to Majafit. So we're going to take on Kilwa. Now, it does not have a ton of events, but it does have 10 dynamic historical events, and it does have 13 country bonuses. This is going to be one of those keys, though, that we want to kind of look at. So country bonuses, what do we have? Palm tree masters, that's lumber output. Okay, that's important for building, for construction, right? Especially in Africa, where depending on what part of Africa you're in, that's not going to be available. Culture capacity, okay, that's obviously good as you're conquering lands and trying to integrate and core that. Trade networks, there's your trade range, plus 150, and unlocks a specific ship type that's going to help you keep up on technology. Here's a specific ship, but it's seen as tech. I'm guessing that's going to have a advantage in, yeah, maritime presence. Big bonus towards maritime presence over the standard 0.14, so 0.2 instead of a 0.14. So we'll have to make sure we take advantage of that one. Here's another ship for another age that does something similar, and this is from age 2, right? So we're going to have an advantage in age 1, we're going to have an advantage in age 2, and then later on, taxation, cost of purchasing food, there's maritime presence, monthly legitimacy, gold trade, gold output, that's a big one, and diplo capacity, trade efficiency in the final age. Those are definitely useful items. Also a couple specifics. Government reforms, a huge trade capacity increase at the expense of a pretty healthy burger power increase. And there's a good one. Oh, that's a nice one. Crown power and income from minting both increased with no offset, no negative. That's big. What we have here is we are Sunni. Expected cost of court is down in tier 2. We have Islam at 73. There's one Sunni thing. Looks like Islam is going to be the direction that this nation is going. I didn't look to see. Yeah, Sunni. Okay. And there's Sunni, but you could really go the Islamic direction with them apparently if you wanted to convert. It is a monarchy, which is going to come with plenty of advantages for crown power, and it is a settled country. So, yeah, plenty of good things there, and in those country bonuses, I could see us benefiting from a lot of these things. Okay, yeah, we're going to do Kilwa. Let's get to the campaign. One of the other nice things is we are going to have colonial charters. Almost from the get-go, we can colonize day 1, it looks like, and cheaply. Very cheaply. But we've got to make sure we have a positive balance before we are spending money on colonization. So we will look to that one here shortly. To our north, are these guys vassals? Are they... tributary? Okay, so we are surrounded first by tributaries. And there you go. You are into independent, tiny nations. There's at least 3 of them, giving us a little bit of a buffer between us and Azeron. And speaking of Azeron, oh, we are much weaker than them. Oh, significantly weaker. Wow. We have we have no levies. They have plenty of levies. Do have a good economy, but we have less than half the population base that they have. Okay, so we've got some work to do on getting some levies. Dang. To the south, the other direction. It's another tributary. And another conquerable. So we've got a few conquerables around us. South might be an easier start on that. Madagascar. Some tributaries across the way as well. Okay. That's going to help feed our economy, by the way. And then you just start expanding into the others, adding more tributaries, or realistically start adding some land, because we have plenty of tributaries right now that should be feeding our economy. So northern Madagascar, at least, a lot in play, plenty to colonize. Looking good on that front. All right, getting into that economy. You can never take the first month seriously. There's no minting happening or anything like that. Everything's a little bit of a guesswork, but cut down that fort maintenance. We are spending a ducat on food already and not making money off of food. So we've got a food issue. Building maintenance is high. Shipwrights. Okay, we can turn those off. And that'll save us all that money. Bringing our cost down by 1.7. That will get us profitable right away. Burgers paying out the best here early on. Go ahead, don't bother taxing the ulama, as that's not really paying out. Looks like we could probably make money off of the Amara as well. How quickly does it go? Not very quickly. The estates do not like us here early on, so we'll have to be careful of that one. We'll see what the minting provides as we get things going. We're going to turn off that 1.7 ducats, so we will be at least slightly profitable almost right away. Let's start getting into the other areas so we can quickly unpause. Research-wise, we already have 65 advances complete here in Age 1. We have a tree here to get into, a tree over here, and as always, meritocracy has not yet spread. So we have organized religion, as well as, okay, proximity spread. Certainly want to start with that. That seems obvious. Monthly legitimacy, we're at 91. Manpower, hello. That's not the that's this manpower. We don't need that actually just yet. Get into that one eventually. Tolerance to true faith will probably be helpful, though I would imagine early on it's not going to be that big of a deal, but as we take those little neighbors, it'll matter. Cultural capacity, max literacy for clergy. Okay, those are important to get to, but what do we need to have over here? Like construction speed, cost of purchasing food right now. Institution growth, we're going to want that pretty early on, but we don't need it day one. There's no institutions coming just yet, and they're certainly not going to reach us early. Literacy rates, I think, are going to be good. Cultural tradition is going to be good for coring. Minting threshold, let's push that way. That's going to have an economic benefit. Same as RGO size, but that's the end of that tree too. Invest in culture, construction speed. You're getting kind of your whole tree here. Diplo capacity, institution growth, and finally back over here to finish off whatever was left of this one. Max clergy, then the manpower and culture capacity. That should be all of it. That is 17 items queued up. Oh, there's one more snuck in there. Number 18. Okay, so we do have some ships early on. Maritime presence, they're not going to do much for us, but we'll see what we can do. Swahili coast, that's just right there. Mozambique channel. Take that. Okay, we want to get a commander. We do have a family member available. That is the heir, though. And he is a good one. I think I'd rather put the king out there and save the heir for now. let the king die and let the heir take over. Which means we can then put the heir here in the cabinet. Appeasing estates is a definite option early on. Changing societal values might be important. How are we looking on centralization, decentralization? What is our score? We are 75 towards decentralization. Yes, we want to move towards centralization big time. Okay. Should move quickly enough, right? And let's find an action first, and then we'll select from our other couple cabinet members based on which one they're going to do more. Developing a province is always nice. Do we have any assimilation to do? Oh my goodness, we have plenty of assimilation to do. Swahili, is that supposed to be our main culture? Hold on, let's check. No. Matuumbi. So we are Matuumbi. We are... okay. Matuumbi. And it's not looking great, so no wonder we are already so decentralized. Are we not cored? No, we are not cored throughout. We are at least integrated here, but we are not. Okay, so Mataumbi and Masalo. What was our culture? 35. Culture influence a 7. Let's hope that the others are weaker. Do we want to switch to maybe Swahili? Can we switch to Swahili? Okay, our capital is central. That's probably good. We have a task with the assimilation, so we know who we need. There we go. All set there. Almost ready to unpause and get things going. Yes, picking rivals. Ajuran could be problematic. We might want to stay friends with them in the short term as they are superior as a military might. So looking a little bit further on, like to the north, but you could pick weak ones, conquerable ones, like Angosh. We can pick 3 rivals. Okay, so 3 easy rivals for the time being. We have an unmarried adult heir. We definitely want to fix that. But there's no one available just yet. Laws to codify, but no money to make that happen just yet, so let's wait. Okay, disloyal subjects, but not bad. Should be okay. Okay, ships are not repairing. We'll have to be careful of that. I think the economy is taken care of, so let's get things moving. Let's go ahead and check some other areas while we're here. So, not fully cored. That's not a great start. Raw materials, what do we have? Fruit, fish, sand, fruit, fish, medicine, grains, legumes, cotton. Is that part of our land? I think it might be. More fish. Fruit. There's some rice. Rice is great. Fish, more rice, fiber crops, livestock. Is that to the end of our extent? It was to here. Livestock was the end of it. Okay. Plenty of food types. Plenty of food types. So our shortage on food is something we should be able to address pretty early on, as we have no shortage of access. As for control, great, terrible, not great. I would think we would probably want to try to push. There's your problem right there. You have this zone, you have a zone, and then you have a double zone to get down to here. So this zone is very much, this Zanzibar Island one is very much in the way of spreading control. Looks like we do not have control of those couple, just the one out here. Okay. Proximity. Yeah, look at that. We're getting a minus 15%. Minus 15% is one big, early in the game. I think one long road, one gravel road straight out that way is going to be better than trying to work on maritime presence. As for the market, we have a Kilwa market. We have our own market, and we have these other players which would feed into wanting to control south first, and then we can move into the Sofala market before we really worry about Mogadishu or Mogadishu. Oh yeah, definitely greater population bases to our north. So we're going to have to get strong, take over the south, start to grow, and then inch our way north. But there is seemingly a chance to maybe bypass Azeron, pick up some players here, or jump over to like the Maldives and grow that way early after, you know, taking the south. Thinking ahead. Culture-wise, yeah, we're a mess. We are a mess. And there is the Sunniism, really just along this outer pocket. Literacy rates. Ooh, we have an advantage over most of those around us. We are higher than most. Okay. Okay, that's something. But as for institutions, we're going to have our hands full. But everybody else is at the same stage we are right now. Zimbabwe is not. That's a larger, easier target. But we have no connection at this point. But, I mean, we can march across. Here's that problem, right? Maritime presence. Maritime presence, not good. You know, it's actually not that bad at 50, though. We have a lot of good natural harbors, I would imagine, is the reason for that. Okay, Kilwa is a good harbor. 0.7. Got a decent 0.4 there with Zanzibar. Oh, negative event is the first one we have pop up. Development's nice, but 10 legitimacy? Make sure that it's not our family member. It's not. We will arrest him. Take the max legitimacy and hire the other guy. Assimilation is making progress. It's at 1%. It's definitely a bigger sliver. I think it was bigger than 0 when we started. I don't know. I wasn't looking closely at that one just yet. Trying to get a lay of the land of the other things going on here. Oh yeah, 4.5 ducats. Hey, 4.5 ducats. Okay, RGOs, food RGOs. Probably rice first. We got to get everybody fed. Fish is obviously, they think fish is going to be a good money maker here early on, so I suppose maybe we start with the fish and start with Kilwa itself. Okay, how are we doing on pushing centralization? What did we start at? 75? Yeah, we're gaining like 0.12 to 0.11. It's getting there. Just gonna take a while to centralize. That's 3 ducats though. That is 3 ducats. So can we colonize? We have cheap ones. Gotta take the cheap ones. I mean, technically we have 2 ducats. Oh, Madagascar. Madagascar. Okay, Madagascar is more expensive right now, but we do have our Swahili coast is cheap. Ooh, I like 0.2. 0.2 and close to our capital, so we would have high control. Yeah, let's start with the cheap stuff. Instantly able to colonize. Half a ducat, rounding up to 0.7. And we are gaining 24. We are gaining 24, so we are making progress on Kutu right away. Kutu is a rice province. Feed the masses. Rice feeds them the best. It provides the largest amount of food. Speaking of food, how are we looking on that one? We're still spending. We are still spending, but it's a little better than it was. Mbakuru. Where is Mbakuru? Positive event. Hey, I like that. People like us. Or what do we get? 10 research progress. Yeah. Do we want that? I think we are going to end up filling out. You know, we'll take the research progress. Anything to pull ahead of the others. Oh, state of Imbico. Okay, it's our capital. Our capital is the one costing us money, and we're working on it right now with more fish. There's one done. Proximity speed. That already is going to help spread a little more control around. Make us a little bit more money. We lost pops on this one. We only got the 1 tick. Okay, what's your problem? What are you missing? Okay, tropical, minus 33%. Forest, jungle, hills, all slowing it down. Lacks access to... Weaponry. Alright, we need to try to sort out a weaponry situation. The only place to do that's going to be in the capital itself, as it's going to take a construction. What do we have for weaponry? Weaponsmith, there you go. 27.45 ducats, we'll have that shortly. Looks like stability is something I'm going to need to start spending a little bit more on. Trade-wise, our value is 15.5 ducats, so we've got a good amount of goods being moved through what is largely our market and or our tributaries. We have a debate moving towards jurisprudence or mysticism. Definitely towards jurisprudence. We want the rule of law. Assimilation is making progress. It's at 2.5%. So even though we have a low cultural value, we're getting somewhere anyway. Looks like we're averaging maybe 2 ducats a month right now, which is not too bad for early game for a fairly small decentralized nation. I would imagine when we look here in a minute after we get this construction started, which it looks like maybe next month, we can go look at what our crown power is like. I would imagine it's fairly small while we are largely decentralized. Pretty big negative modifier. Do we have things like lumber and stone? Looks like somebody is providing a certain amount of weaponry in the market as we are back to making some gains, but producing it ourselves will obviously ensure that we'll have access to it, especially as we control the market center. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look. What is it like? 29%, not bad for a largely decentralized nation, not fully cored. We already have 29% crown power is great. The Omara's only 18%. The Olama's only 20%. The Burgers already leading the way at 24%. We are already in economic. There you go. We put the king to sea, and the sun has taken over. Nice. That is beautiful. That's a good early change for us. Luck will have it. I don't want to put the Sultan out to sea, though. Why are we getting this -1? This one happens when you have a foreign ruler through a union. You get this event. I don't think very many have the Yemeni. Oh, it's because he's not. I'm going to take the stab hit. Right? Or do I want the legitimacy hit? We're losing in both of them right now, so not great. And we just basically lost commander and governor. But ultimately, we should get a better outcome here. Yeah, 2.5 ducats now, instead of the 1.5 to 2 range, or 2.15 seemed to be about what it was maxing out as he's got a little bit better admin score. We are 54th in the world right now. It's, not that bad. We are a sultanate. In terms of what level is a sultanate, it's kingdom. It is a kingdom, so that's a huge advantage. We're starting ahead of a lot of nations with that. Not a very large kingdom, but it is a kingdom nonetheless. We'll have that weaponsmith soon enough, and that'll keep this trucking along. 24 is not a rapid gain, but it's very early for colonization. Now, as for the RGOs to go out and seek, ivory has some value. The rice definitely doesn't, but it's going to take care of that buy food thing as it produces 10. That's the food output. That's really what we need. It's not that it by itself has a lot of value, but lumber, we need lumber. Yes, we do. So we need to get into that lumber province. Is that... It's close to where we are. Eesh. Man. Ugly, nasty event there. Everybody hates us because we're arrogant. We are colonizing these three. We'll need to colonize there next. I think this is also a cheap one to colonize, as it's right off the capital. Oh, that has lumber too. Okay, that one has lumber too, so we'll want to get to that ASAP. Beyond that, there's beeswax, there's gems, there's more ivory and more gems, there's coffee. What is the coffee value? 3? Yeah, it's not that high. But they'll like it. Make the populace happy. Here's iron. That's going to be important down the road. Gold. Lots of gold. Starting here, moving southwest. So we are definitely going to want to colonize that direction. Coastal is almost all kind of food related. So we need to build up the RGOs of our coast, and then we need to push inland and southwest. But the lumber available to us, well, as we move southwest, we're going to get plenty. So I think we're going to definitely colonize this general direction. Clay is going to be semi-important. Coal is going to be important. So around the lake and southwest. But we're going to want to pick up coastal along the way to keep everybody fed. Constructing, what is this building? Trade advantage, trade capacity, legitimacy. It's all really good stuff, but we do not have the ducats for it. So we lose. We can construct it another time, okay. Almost 10% already, and 4% on the assimilation. So all is well on that front. Unmarried sultan, still a problem for us. We could certainly try to adapt to local culture, spending prestige, making others dislike us. But we just had problems with them disliking us because we weren't of the culture anyway. You know what? Prestige is there to be spent. Let's spend it. Adapt to the local culture. Ta-da! Okay. Mata Umbi. Just 24 years of age. Not a great military score. I think that's part of the reason why we have low levies. Just how low is it? 776 is all we can call upon. Holy cow. We have no well, just that's a discipline bonus. Is it just 2% or is that, I don't think it's just, hard to say. Might be just 2.5%, meaning we do not know how to fight at all. Local customs. Oh man. No, that's a nothing. We don't want to. Right, because we flipped, and this is flipping now, and we're trying to flip others. So the Yemeni are going to be upset, but Mataumbi gains. Yeah, that's worth it. That is worth it. We're going to have an upset group. We might have to deal with a little civil war, and we do not have a 50% right now. But with the cultural tradition and influence, our 4.41% assimilation is going to go up pretty quickly. The Yemeni, culture-wise. I don't even see the Yemeni. 11%. Looks like they're not too bad, actually. Yeah, Yemeni is 2%. Okay. That was a good move. That was a good move. I think moving to Swahili might even be better, but First Council, Kilwa. Not a great score, not a high one. Trade expedition, that might be a good thing. Make the burghers happy. Move towards plutocracy, and we get trade capacity +4. Gravel road network I do like, but we don't have the ducats to pay for it. The census could give us extra pops as we only have 230k, but starting from 0 is going to be problematic. Promoting member of the clergy, we do not have options here that would give us an option. Promote state religion, right? No, religion's fine. It's not the religion. Yeah, we'll do the clergy member. 35%. That's rough. We got another 15 to go. Losing research progress and move towards traditionalist. A tiny bit of antagonism that will go away very quickly. I'll take that. Aristocratic. Oh, no wonder the aristocracy is so weak. We are very plutocratic. But that's only going to give me 2% more. We're at 41. We need some positive events here. See if we can get them. Council members in scandal. Of course they're going to give us a negative event. Okay, that's going to fail. We're just going to lose our 7 stab. 7 stab hit is what we're going to get. So yeah, no Delhi this time. Welcome to the stream here. Delhi is one of the 2 most self-destructive nations in EU5, it turns out. So we are staying in the greater region, going much smaller here, but much safer. Prestige and sailors. Okay. Not that we needed sailors, really, but got a little prestige out of that, I guess. Hey, there's a positive, getting us back to 41, but we're almost halfway through. Another positive, and maybe get within 4%, we'll have a chance. Looking at like an Angoche, we do have an advantage. It's not much. They have no economy at all. They're not growing. They're not going anywhere. It's only 9,000 pops though. And integrating and coring is a little bit of a problem at the moment, so I can get there in time. We would have an easy time taking some of these southern neighbors. But as long as we only have 770 levies ourselves, we're in a bit of trouble. Some book burning. Why? Rule of law plus stab. We gained 10 research earlier. I never take a negative research penalty, but we're going to have to here. Last second. There's the 46%. I paused. Whoa. That was close. That was very close. We have 3 days left and it nearly ended. We only need 3.2%. That's only going to give me 2. Do I take that nasty hit to get there? What are we working for? Promote member of the clergy. That's not that important. Stability. Do I want to give up 7 stability right now? I guess I'm going to. The trade-off is not worth it. Trade-off not worth it. We're at 15% on this one. We're almost halfway on the first. We are definitely not making the ducats as rapidly as we were before. Food is still an issue. We did cut down on Imbakuro a little bit with the RGO expansion. I would imagine the weaponsmith is probably costing me a little bit of money right now and not necessarily making us. No, we're okay. It's not costing me anything, so not quite sure what. This naval maintenance, though, do I really want to pay? Yeah, we're okay on that one. The minting, nothing. We have no gold, no silver, and no gold or silver in the market. So minting is just not even happening right now. We will get gold eventually, but there was no silver whatsoever out here, so gold plenty. We're going to have to import silver to be able to mint. Burgers making 1.83, not bad. Got 1.87. Commoners, do I want to keep that 0.4 going, or do I want to trade it off? Do we have a cabinet member? Oh, we do have a couple options. It's only going to cost me 8 ducats. We're looking for this guy. Yeah, we've only moved 4% towards centralization. What is the current modifier? We are moving it at 0.33, which is only bringing it at 0.12. So we are very largely decentralized. There's a lot of modifiers pushing us negatively. We're going to have to either keep a cabinet member on that long term, or we're going to have to find a way to fix a few of these, like the market fairs. Yeah, like we don't need that one. So we are going to have to take a stab hit at some point to eliminate those. Zanzibar is a separate nation. It is a tribute. It's a good little port. Would not be a bad one to have. Yeah, a lot of tributaries. Okay, more towards jurisprudence. Get the legitimacy back all the way up. That's the one kind of positive we're hitting right now. 6%, by the way. Looks like we're gaining at about 0.11 monthly, but at least we are making progress with that. Going back to, if you saw the Provence campaign, we just were not going anywhere for the first couple hundred years, really. When it came to assimilation, Ethiopia looks like in trouble with Ifat. They are largely held lands there. They're going to lose some. Market not looking as good as it was a short little bit ago. Suddenly it's just at 9 ducats. We're only making 2.5 off of that. Melindy and some friends. Melindy and some friends, but Azeron is not those friends, right? Melindy, Pate, Mombasa. Alright, well, obviously we need to call up our forces. They have no ships. This is one of our tributaries. This one. Pate is not under our control. That'll be what to gain here. We'll keep the tributaries, or maybe we absorb them. I don't know. The fact that we only have 773 levies, though, worries me. And some of it's spread out even, so it's not just going to be in one location. That's not 773. And the tributaries aren't going to be providing anything militarily. We this week, I mean militarily, we certainly are awful. Oh, okay, no, there's our number coming together. Don't move down towards the capital, move up towards like Tundwe. Oh, they have Mombasa alone. Mombasa alone has more than what we have. Right. Alright, Sultan's gonna have to lead it himself. Only available commander. I doubt we're going to have any sort of advantage over them. Numerically, they are ahead. There's no mercenaries to hire. So it's all at 0. Can I bypass? The scary thing is this is Mombasa alone, right? I think we bypass. They only have one location. If we can march around them, and march into their lands without a fight, we have a castle on our capital. Pate only has 254. Again, we're still not looking for a fight. I think what we need is we take Mombasa out of the fight. by taking their capital and using the war score to piece them out. Though we don't want to fight with our 58. So you're going to back off. This is silly that we can't even win a fight against an OPM who can produce 1,000 troops. Now, the trick here is we can't piece out Mombasa as the Age of Renaissance starts 5 years in. Okay. We'll take a moment, think about this. Militarily, we are weak as heck. That's not good. I don't think anything here is going to help me very much. Non-culture levy size. Leviosa. Army disembark speed. Diplomats. March. CB speed. Market attraction is good. Trade maritime advantage is great. Diplo reputation. Improve relations. Subject income, as we have plenty of those. War score cost. Let's go diplomatic. Okay, we've taken one location. This is the war leader. We want to take that location. Yeah, they're taking our lands too. But there you go, we just got a plus 30. Yeah, we have not... Oh no, we have seen Pate. We can hold 100% of the enemy lands here without a fight. Now they're coming back. But it's going to be too late. Okay, you can sneak into the rear. How did plus 30 become plus 23? Oh, because I'm not standing on it. Severe trade crisis. No, lose 8 ducats. We're going to have to head back down there. Oh, there. Never mind. 100%. 100% war score. Sweet. Do we want to just absorb all 3 of them, which makes our nation stronger? The Azuran thing, though. Pate, I think we do something different with Pate. I think we take this one and this one. Those 2 were tributaries. And then we vassalize, which keeps us from not having a border directly with Azuran. And no, I don't want tributary. I think I'd like to vassalize. And now we're at 52 on the war score. What do you got? Yes. A vassal will give us some troops. That's a 77. That should do it. That should do it. So absorb 2, vassalize the other, and that is threat dealt with. Without a fight. Without a fight. But that just shows how stinking weak we are. Okay, check it back in. We are at 72% on our first location. That rice will be handy on feeding our populace. And at 33 ducats, are we ready for an RGO? Sturdy grains. Currently a negative. Our demand is higher than supply. Nope, there you go. need 54 ducats to get a level there. Very much something we do not have at the moment. Banking, Dubrovnik. And Ragusa. That's going to take a good while to reach us. Renaissance. In Cremona. Milan. Okay, Milan. That's not quite as far away. But we're not going to see either of those for a good little while. Ooh, land rights. That's nasty. We reject. Take the minus 10%. Tolerance of true faith. By the way, we are not picking up any rebellion after what we did with the flip culture. Okay, how we doing on still just marry lowborn option? He is unmarried. We need to get married. Legitimacy and prestige, goodbye. We're gonna marry a lowborn. There you go. That's gonna take care of that. And professional armies in Genoa. Okay, 10 prestige and a new character into the area. We'll take that option. Do I have somebody as a potential naval commander yet? Yes, we do. Besides the Sultan. In fact, the new character has a good military score. We'll go ahead and put him in charge of that navy. And he's going to bring Swahili Pops, which we are friendly with Swahili Pops. So we will take them into our lands with our 320k. Rather small nation that we have here. Might be spread out over a large area, but it's a small number of pops within that large area. And somehow we have a bunch of tributaries that aren't actually weaker than ourselves. Kilwa is not that easy of a start, but at least things are not blowing up the way they did the last time. But the negative here, ugh, and it's not the four maintenance, that's barely impacting us. It's the food! It's the food. This newer lower Gafana, I'm guessing that's up here. Is it? It is. They're hungry. They have salt and cotton. We have got to fix the finances here somewhere. Kamara, make them really upset, tax them heavily, and we could slightly have a profit. Commoners a little bit better off. We could make them a little upset. There you go. Okay. Oh. There's your main reason why. Food situation suddenly got better. We definitely need to get the RGO situation taken care of. Produce more food, take away that cost. %33% will get us the first location done. It's close. Like we said, that's a rice province, right? Yes. It'll very much help feed the populace. Diplomacy. Do we want to do some diplomacy? Do we want to make friends with Azuran? Probably. Let's go ahead and improve opinion. Right now, they're probably our best shot at a decent ally. Any enemy they have is going to be to the north, which is not going to be a threat to us. Make friends with them, and the enemies that we do have are no longer enemies. Or no longer such a problem. Yamara again, making the same demand. Shortly after making it the first time, and all of a sudden we're down to 29%. They're not happy. Research. Q's at 14. Oh, we have a... Okay. This is getting into the second age. We have something in there that's available to us. Cultural tradition. 10%. That's good. Pate is the only one really upset. A lot of these guys are only just slightly. If we could maybe focus a little bit of diplomacy on them one by one, we can make them happy. Like Voamar. Zanzibar might be a good one to start with. We know that it's pretty good. 20,000. Let's take a look at who's closer. Like the no match. Getty is just weaker. Insignificant. Okay, so Getty seems to be the strong one. Well, let's make them like us. Oh, of course they don't like us right now because we made some moves surrounding them. That makes sense. Alright, Kutu. They are done. We've got 8,000 pops there, and we are looking at rice level 1, already employing 600 people. Right now, the total rice output 0.64, so producing and growing now 0.68 rice. Helping keep the populace fed, keeping this ticker down low. There you go, that upper one, Gafana, is down to just negative 0.12. They're fed. And Bakuru, the capital, yeah, still a little bit of a problem there. It's still costing us. But definitely closer towards stability in food. A son is born! Hello, we have a crown prince. Alright, Asheron, how are we looking? Obviously, we are still in that much weaker. State. Hold on. Let's deal with this. Stability, legitimacy, or 13 ducats. 13 ducats is not going to help us very much. I'll take the 7 stab. And we're back to this. Much weaker. That's the military part. So far ahead. Economy, so far ahead. Jeez, okay. Yeah, we are much weaker than them. Can we be friends? We have the improved opinion. How far off are we from individual alliance? We're on a minus 43. The base is a minus 40. It's negative beyond that. There's a little bit of trust, positive opinion. The border distance right now, that's just offsetting, so positive opinion needs to also offset the strength deficit we have. The trust almost actually does that, so it's really just the base that we still need to build past, but getting that alliance is going to take a fair bit more than what we have. Professing trust might help us with that. Okay, Yemeni patriots are finally starting to show up now that we had that little bit of a war. But they don't even have a nation, even though it would somehow be a civil war with only 9,000 pops. Nice, Sultan's going to get monthly research and legitimacy bonuses. And less unrest as we move towards jurisprudence. Not happy with the ducat situation, but food is the #1 cost. So which one is constructing now? Because that could be a factor. Obviously the rice one is still filling out, but Mabinga is a ivory. The third one is sturdy grains. That'll help with the food situation. Meanwhile in Katu, the rice almost there. So we're almost at a 1.0. That's certainly helping. Certainly helping, but we just can't expand in our current financial situation. We've topped 10% now in our assimilation of Asamo, or Masalo. Now, obviously, it's way too early, but the institutions, we need to keep an eye on the spread. And you can see we're getting a little bit of spread into, like, say, Serbia right now is the furthest. Once you get into Egypt and then towards, like, Mecca, that's where we will have the trade range to be able to trade goods and spread the institutions down to us, and maybe faster than those around us, and then you get that leg up that we don't have right now while we lack levies for whatever reason. Clerical cabinet. That's our leader? No, that is a cabinet member. Trade expedition promotes trade state religion. Castleworks doesn't do any good. Gravel road we can't afford. So member of the burghers, 20%. Same problem we had last time. That's only going to bump us to 35, but that's only going to bump us to 40. It's like, how do we pass these right now? We're too divided to get a good score for anybody. Legitimacy and prestige. Goodbye, prestige. 31%. You want to change a policy. We're going to lose 12 stability and change a policy. Efficiency of cabinet, centralization, and aristocracy. That's probably a good thing, though. What do we have right now? Active policy is local courts. Minus 5% max control and decentralization. We want this shift. We're going to have to give up 12 stability to get there, but we do want this shift. Let's take it. Come on, minus 5%. We're getting this shift, though, no matter what here. But we're going to lose another 7 stability if we can't get this up. And after that negative event, instead of getting close to passing, now we're nowhere near passing. Literacy for burghers is good. Okay, that's going to gain 0, really. Increase opinion. Though I kind of like the idea. Let's gain. Nobility is appeased. 0.18%. Just lost our commander of the Navy, the new guy, already gone. Oh, 10%. Yes, okay. We are close. But we still need 1.3. Spiritualist is... We're already spiritualist. That'll get it. That'll get it. There you go. On track to pass. These guys are gaining so slow. Not much of a threat. Over time, we'll deal with it. Somebody's got some activity up here. Pate is involved. There we go. We now have a new skilled member of the burghers. Stability took a nasty little hit there, but we got a policy that we want. That's going to move us away from that decentralization. And it happened. Oh, it's moving now. Already, though, we're gaining more quickly at 0.21 for some reason. Burghers or Ulama? The Ulama is... No, that's Umara. There's the Ulama. There's the burghers. The burghers are currently losing because they're above their threshold. So we might as well just give the Ulama the bonus. And then, yeah, kind of balances things out. Plus, research speed goes up with the Ulama. Black Death in the Golden Horde lands. Ah, rats. Won't reach us anytime soon. Hopefully won't impact us much at all, though eventually you would assume it will make its way down to us. And maybe it's down here where they kind of luck out, but we have like no disease resistance, so our 335k are definitely vulnerable. And we have no way to get that disease resistance just now. We're going to have to make a push back towards mysticism, as the jurisprudence one comes with a pretty nasty negative towards tax efficiency, which we can't afford. We're not even breaking even right now. We definitely need that little nudge. And a second son is born. That's good, because as they get a little bit older, that's going to put us in position to have some cabinet members. We need to replace that naval commander. Cost of purchasing food minus 10%. Should help just a little bit, especially as we're spending far too much right now. Flu. Influenza. Prosperity in Kilwa goes down 30%. That hurts. Ethiopia standing on pate. But all of those forces moved up here, so that looks like they have a pretty clear advantage, though they are doing what I did, sneaking behind the lines and just doing something different, not taking each other head on. Okay, Getty does like us now. How we doing on the disloyalty? Oh wow, everything took a nasty little hit there. That's a lot lower than what it was. We were at like 49%, now we're at 40. We lost 10% loyalty for some reason. Short term, at least, we are back to being profitable. Short term, because a month later it's negative, or at least zero, but we're not losing right now, so I'll take it. What do we got here? Country action. Their view of the culture too positive. Okay, but they gain liberty to desire in the short term. I see. Diplomatic ability increased during education. We have a gregarious. That's our heir. The administrative council thing is at 90%. We're better than negative 60 now on the move towards centralization. Bountiful harvest for 3 areas. Local food production and unrest is better in all 3 of these zones. That's going to be helpful for the short-term food plight that we've been having. Just like that, it fixed. 0.6. Can't afford a better education. We're not broke, but we're broke. And just like that, Gede likes us. There you go. No longer disloyal. Okay, that law is passed. We should see a boost here towards our centralization efforts. Maximum RGO size, but we're nowhere near that. We've got a lot of 1s or 2s. typhus, another outbreak, another prosperity hit in Kilwa. And how is that one looking? Let's see, where's my prosperity? Yeah, Kilwa is now devastated. Let's take a break from the assimilation. And we want to fix that. Where are you hiding? Recovery effort. There we go. Yeah, prosperity recovery. That's quick. Minus 20 to a minus 11 already. So it won't take long. Now it's minus 2. But it says we're only at 10% also, so maybe we can push that back towards maximum, but it looks like maybe not, because that seems to be just about a task done situation. Yep, there you go. It only took them a couple months to get us back to a neutral, and then we're back to assimilating. Oh, Kutu is not integrated or cored for some reason. That's a different color, though. Ooh, did it reach us? It has arrived inside our country already. Minus 7 stab. And let's look. Black Death has come to Kilwa. Straight to our capital. Trade center, of course. How in the world did we get it down here before anything up there? We're trading that far away? It's going to help us later with the institution spread, but this is... it's going to hurt right now. Jeez. Country deaths, 2. Ooh, for the moment it left. I wonder if we've built any sort of resistance. 12 people died. 12 people died, but it did not spread. It's already killed 37. Now 40 million. Delhi has lost 6 million. Okay, it's back. Our naval commander has died once again, just a year after taking over the command of the Navy. It's the second time in a row, or third time in a row that has happened in a short period of time. It's coming and going with limited loss of life here. Ah, there we go. Diseases in Kilwa. We have a 0.4% presence of typhus, but what do we have when it comes to... We had a 43% resistance to it. Is that right? Yeah, 43% resistance already. Nice. So far, we have... It's just mildly being introduced, and we are thus far kind of fighting it off. As that's the market center. That's where it's going to come in at. If we could block it off there, we might not get largely affected. Or a bunch of people are about to die. Being nearly done here. Starting to make a little bit more money too. Kind of back to where we were. 23 ducats. I think we can move on to improving opinion with Zanzibar. Go ahead and stop that one, and then improve opinion with Zanzibar. Ajuran do like us more than before, so the alliance thing is going to definitely be closer, and is, but it's still a minus 24. So the positive opinion has definitely brought us forward. Antagonism centered on us is pretty easy when we're not being aggressive right now, so we'll take that and it'll go away very quickly. Go ahead and replace the naval commander yet again, killing off yet another individual. In this case, one who doesn't know how to fight at all. 12 military. That's a terrible rating. Okay, we have a couple armies called up right now, and there still seems to be a war going on. Okay, second child. His gallant military and diplo ability plus his Binga is now cord. Okay, so this one actually came in cord as it finished. Good. Good. Not sure what is wrong with this one. It's because it's mostly Ruvu. The Motumbi is only 19%. But it should at least be integrated. We're gonna have to get that assimilated. Speaking of assimilation, now at 13% for Masalo. These two locations, Somana, Evo, how are they progressing? Oh boy, ghost ship washes ashore, bringing with it. We want to burn the accursed vessel, right? We don't need the 45 medicaments. Yeah, we don't need to burn it. Okay, we are at 25% in the one that we share a border with, Ebo. Barely getting the needle moving. Okay, so it's kind of a cross-border thing so far. Prosperity and Kilwa down again. We can overcome that as we need. Yeah, I don't have 37 ducats to spend. So, away from the assimilation temporarily. Back to the recovery effort. Looks like it's only going to take it a month to get, yeah, it's negative 1%. There you go. 8% is good though. Assimilate. Don't let that month tick over. There you go. Masalo. Okay, we're better than minus 50 now on our centralization, and it's moving much faster at 0.3 after that law change. Took away some of those negative modifiers. Overall, it's still moving at 0.03 in the wrong direction, but only 0.03, meaning it would be fairly stable on its own. Council, oh joy, what do we have for this though? Jurisprudence. Strengthen local economy, yes. 27% now, state religion or clerical cabinet. Sure. Or integration. It's only 21%, but Mbasa Malindi getting 20%. I like that idea. But we're going to need some help. Tax exemption. Less taxes for... Oh, I'm not taxing the clergy right now. Oh, mic drop. 72%. We're good on that one. Do we want a CB? Or additional taxes on somebody else? Ask for larger levies. 25% levy size. We would go from 700 to 25% more than that, right? Does not make a big change. Might be a law change we need, actually. But I like the integration process. I guess I'll take it. Should easily clear at 72. And one by one, we're making a little bit of progress on this whole unhappy tributes thing. And as I get stronger, will naturally overshadow their particular weaknesses and pull away as we get a minus 5%, but luckily we had a cushion. Ugh, soft, very soft, weak tax base. Diplo capacity is good. Starting to get a little bit of control out of these guys. We're up to a 34% maximum control there. 63 here. So we're actually not getting a lot out of those at the moment. But there's our council agrees. We've got our 20% integration on these two. We're up to 26% here. So it's definitely not nothing. Yeah, minus 73% levy size. There's one of your biggest problems. We've just got to find a way to start spreading. I think our first trick is going to be to start getting some gravel roads in. We've got to start making some money so that can all kind of happen and start coming together. But if we're going to say build a road, it would be 246 ducats just to build a single location over. Now, of course, we can lower the cost through that Parliament action. End of the Black Death. Oh, dude. we were at essentially zero. We made it through. We made it through without. Let's see, where is that one hiding? Without losing. Geopolitics? Ah, there it is. Yeah, diseases. It's been a while since I've looked for that one. 87 deaths, 73 from the bubonic plague. 73 deaths. And that is amazing. We really lucked out on that first little spread into our country. We got a little bit of disease resistance out of it and very few losses. Came back and it happened again. It just didn't take off. And we ended up getting the resistance, and then in that market center, it never happened. Every time it spread, it didn't. Every time it came to the market, it didn't spread. It somehow stayed isolated. That is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. We keep our 350K, and we close the gap a little bit on those around us. As last we saw, it was at 40 million dead, and that was still pretty early. We have 5%, 5% disease resistance. 61.5 million people worldwide died, and we lost. What was it? 73. Yeah. Stab hit or lose control in 4 areas. Let's lose the control. It'll come back. It'll come back. Okay, the Yemenis are still not happy, but they're still pretty weak. 78% now, third of the way through that next food province. We got to keep an eye on that, but it's not necessarily adding food provinces that we need. We need to just upgrade. We have so many food RGOs. But we're still wasting money on food. Okay, Azuran. Like us as much as we can make them like us. So let's check that panel. How close are we? Minus 14. Minus 14. So we've got kind of a 1/3 score on the positive opinion piece. We could add more. We could try to add more trust, but it's the strength part that's really lagging behind. Just can't make a friend out of them that way. What about like Ifat? They're by 75. Border distance with a huge strength is still a negative, -8. And then we're getting into kind of more relevant ones as you get further away. Ethiopia. Phew, -213. Negative opinion, -134. They hate our guts for some reason. Zimbabwe, I feel like they're a little too far out of play here at a -68. So, we are friendless. There was 2 little guys here. Did we want to try to make friends with them? They're both vassals of Ethiopia. Institution growth plus 20%. Speaking of How are we doing on the institution growth? Egypt is just starting to say hello. It looks like the move is kind of Constantinople, Crete, and then Alexandria. Renaissance and banking, both of them are coming in, and they already have professional armies. So that's going to spread quickly through Egypt. My trade range, let me see, how do I figure out my trade range? Okay, trade range. Kilwa. Aden. Yes. Axum. Mecca, no. Vijayanagara, yes. So we have trade range to here. Not heading to the Strait of Hormuz anytime soon. Not quite to Mecca. We need a little bit more range, but for now we can get to Aden. So that's we need to watch as the institutions start to spread this way, and then we would need to intentionally trade in the direction of said institution growth. Which, yeah, there's nothing that direction. That's definitely coming through here first, and then it'll spread that way. We just need to make sure we catch up early. Okay, well, with Ajuran dealt with, we can simultaneously work on Getty's back to not liking us, so let's fix that. Wow, they don't dislike us, they're just not loyal. $41 ducats, and definitely improving our value here at the moment. Sturdy grains look like a good moneymaker at the moment. We just need like 10 more ducats. 10 more ducats. Royal marriage, Mozambique. Yes. Yeah, that was a second spouse. First actual royal marriage that we've had. Still sitting on the 2 children right now, and looks like no royal marriage not possible. Commoners upset. Prestige or money lost. The prestige I won't miss. Ducats I certainly will. Commoners are at 39%, but they'll get over it. Alright, new character ready to move in. And we will take in their exiles. going to take the free stab over the Olama being a little upset. Right now, research rate is not very important. We're down to 5 on the queue. That's all of Age 1 done. Age of Renaissance, though, does have options. Or Age 1 almost done. Anyway, the 3 institutions, right, that's all going to take a while. We got to wait. Alexandria, right? Professional armies. But we do have this whole area here. Scholarly treatises. And then kind of break down. Embrace institution cost. That's kind of that next one to break into, but that's just item number 6, and then one very large tree from there. So actually we do have the ability to do quite a bit of research. Speaking of, how are we doing on those literacy rates? Kind of 10, 11, 12, which is still better than those around us. I feel like our assimilation has halted. Has it? I need to keep an eye on that one. Doesn't feel like it's growing at the moment. Just barely. Pate is nearly loyal. Otherwise, not much happening there. Stability is pretty stable. Legitimacy is maxed out. And we've hit 52 ducats. We could nearly get an RGO upgrade as a daughter is born. Well, we could turn down that diplomatic spending. Definitely don't need it increasing that fast. Bring it down to 10. Food. Firm hand. What do we get? Subject income, 5%. Should be handy. Yes, RGO increase. Let's go. Already have the pops for it, so they'd be able to fill out right away. That's a sturdy grains increase. Yes, trade offices can definitely help with institution development if you basically you're getting a presence in those other markets, but you could still only go as far as your trade range with all of that, and obviously we have the financial shortcomings at the moment. So direct trade is good, but the trade offices are also good. directly, right? They expect that's going to make about 0.11 ducats monthly in terms of producing food, but I think more importantly, food into the market means less food necessary around the market, and therefore we are, well, not selling food, but we are spending less on acquiring food. Okay, max literacy for clergy. There you go. That's helpful. Influenza's back. Whoa, 0.76. That was quite the drop. Good month. Getty and Zanzibar don't like us again. Pate doesn't like us again. All of them don't like us again for some reason. No idea what just triggered that. Did I miss something? Was there an event a second ago that I don't remember? My brain is like that. Last night was a awful night for sleep. Cosmo was up like 4 times during the night. Very congested. The air around here has been rough lately. A lot of pollen in the air. Spread of extreme practices in Lower Wami. Jurisprudence is good. Obviously, clerics will migrate each month from Lower Wami to Middle of Fiji for 1 month. And Sunni clerics, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. That and a friend of ours does equestrian and had an event last night at the fairgrounds, and so we were at that till fairly late. Not super late by normal standards, but you know, with baby standards, it was pretty late. Especially when our volleyball program, so I'm the head of the volleyball program, we have 81 athletes, we have 7 teams, and 4 of the JV teams have their first matches tonight. Varsity, we do not. No, we have another week until our first matches, but with with those 4 teams, I'm responsible for the whole program, so I had to do some work till fairly late last night, getting paperwork ready, rosters ready, lineup cards ready for all of the teams for them to use. So just kind of collectively, that was a lot. Sleep came a bit late, and then frequent wake-ups during the night. Okay, well, that centralization mark, the decentralization is down under 33 now, so, and it's progressing a lot faster. How much is it impacting us, though? Well, the crown power itself is only 23%, but the centralization, what is that moving us towards? Let's see. Decentralization makes the estates happy. So they're less happy, but they weren't happy to begin with. But a lot of them below 40% now is not good. Speed of annexation is a problem, though. So integration is going to be a lot faster, or annexing our subjects is going to be a lot faster, that is. Loyalty of them is good, so it's going to hurt us. That's why their loyalty is dropping. I'm dropping the centralization part. What do I get from going towards centralization? Crown power. So when centralization is dominated, it scales up. So we're going to start picking up crown power and proximity speed and speed of annexation. But we just hurt the loyalty of the subjects. So there's that kind of trade-off there. Less happy. They weren't happy to begin with, but we've already dealt with a couple of those, right? 99.52. almost there. That's going to be our first state colonized, and we seem to be the only one doing colonization around us at the moment. Okay, integrated. There you go. We're going to be integrated now. We just don't have the one or two. Two of them are not cored, but they are at least integrated now, so it's going to give them at least a boost. Cabinet member dies. Okay, let's fix that. That's a decent cabinet member right there. 8 ducats. Yeah, this assimilation is really important here. Maybe we want to stop for a little while on this switch over to centralization. We're not getting the crown power bonus, and we're a long ways from getting it. Our minus 75 is now a minus 30, but it's just going to lead to a lot of problems. Maybe I let it be stable again. Oh my gosh, now the other one. How are we supposed to make any money? Oof, ugly. An 18? No thank you. Let's keep it empty. The 8 ducats are better than his rating. Okay, we got some 25%ers, 23 and up. Gravel road network. Again, still way too expensive. No money for it. Member of clergy. An option. Another option is sounds nice. The noble arts. The architect thing. Composer. A writer. Nobility happy. For a bit. I'll take the clergy member. It's going to come with research benefit. Legitimacy. Prestige. The army tradition's just going to fade away. We're not fighting right now. It's not going to help me much, so I'll take the... I maxed out on legitimacy. Idiot. Hurrying things along. That's a shame. That's a shame. Okay, we know Samana is where all the movement is happening here. It's at 27% now. Hey, nice. The ducats. The ducats are important. We're going to spend half a ducat a month on colonization, and we very much want to continue on with our colonization, and probably just right here. 15 ducats to start it. But it's a cheap one. Oh no, that's a whole nother state. I thought Kilwa was one that wasn't. It's just East Ngindo. Oops, that's cheaper. Let's finish off our capital state, huh? Cancel numbers in. Legitimacy or yeah, you know what? Take that little hit. That'll finish fairly quickly. It's one location. We need 8%. 7.7. Another son is born, our 4th. Eventually that's going to help our line and get our cabinet with family members. Move towards land, lose naval tradition. Almost there, but not quite. We still need 1.03%. Don't like the aristocracy one. Spiritualist, you know what, that's okay. I'll take that. That's a big boost. Got it. 60%. Gosh, 5 ducats. Just brutal. At least we're positive these days, but it's not by much. Okay, we got that new clergy member available, but we don't even have 7 ducats for a new cabinet member. That'll have to stay the same for now. And we were barely making gains, as it were. And without the clergy member, or with the cabinet member, it's hard to say whether we're going to make any gains whatsoever. Culture capacity, that's good. Maybe. Oh yeah, culture capacity, look at that boost. Lama, what do we have? You are already... The Swahili. The Yao would be a lot cheaper. This does not work the way it did before, and it's very confusing. The Mukawa is the ones to our south. In fact, that's what we're trying to flip over, and that's the direction I'm trying to move, so maybe... Let's go ahead and tolerate. No prestige to push this any further. And see, it didn't change anything. Yeah, since 1.1 they changed the system. I still haven't quite figured it out. I don't understand quite how it works now. Ouch, down to 123. Institutions are getting embraced by others, and they're getting +5s, and not us. But there is that spread in Egypt. It's starting to move into the Red Sea. Hey, come on. Diplo capacity -10%. But we need to get it, what was it, down to like Yemen? Egypt's probably embracing soon. That's not even in their capital. Renaissance is gonna be there in just a month now, as that just ticked over again. So they'll have all three in Alexandria, and then the spread is obviously happening throughout the country right now. Definitely haven't embraced. But Egypt will bring it all the way down to here, and then you'll get trade. Like we're a couple steps away. Like add in. I'm sure they have. They do not. Oh yeah, they do. They do have trade into the Alexandria market. So right now that's kind of our connecting point. They'll start picking it up. Are they already picking it up? They are. There you go. So they're at 0.13 gain monthly. It's not rapid, but they are gaining. So they are starting that process. Professional armies a little bit earlier. Banking just behind it. Renaissance just beginning to take off, as they just finished Renaissance, right? They have it. So market center. Trading in market center. Gaining it. We're not going to start gaining it yet, though, until it appears. So their 0.13 gain is not great. Not great. But that's our key. That's the one to keep an eye on. 8 ducats, and we do have a better option now. That is the one we got for that parliamentary action. Do we want to move off of this? Wow, the loyalty is just not great, but not ridiculous. For now, I think I might want to move. So what could we do instead? Well, if anything, we want to assimilate, right? Or integrate. Speed of integration, 28%. Okay, he's got a good score for that. Take a break from moving away from the loyalty issues. Didn't think we were necessarily going to play tall, but that's exactly what we're getting out of this campaign for the moment. Plus 20. Do I want to take on Angosh? Can I even get a CB against them? Is it even possible? Requirements not met. Destroy and right. That's how we made it possible. Rival. So we could take them out. But what am I gaining from it? Unintegrated lands with 0 coring. We add an attack space that doesn't give us anything, right? Army size is 246 levies. Could vassalize them. I think that might be where we benefit. So let's do it. Let's build a spy network. That's the trick, is to vassalize these other players around us. Where we lack strength, we make up for it in vassalization. And Pate is at 37%, but we're no longer pushing away the decentralization part. Can be back to being beneficial. Okay, now why are we only getting a 21? What? Tropical. That's the main thing, right? It's tropical and jungle. That is really slowing things down. Now, if we... Like, is this going to have that sort of penalty here? I don't think it will. I think we would colonize this much faster. Flatland. Still tropical, though. Still tropical, so we would still have the migration penalty of 33%. We would just have less stacked penalties. We'd lose the jungle penalties, that 20%. But we'd still only gain maybe 33? Oh, wait, hold. hold that thought. Let me think here. Ouch, 12 stab or 10 years. Oh, blockade efficiency. Yeah, we're not like blockading anybody. Okay. Look how less forced. This area looks like it would colonize much faster, but what we have to be careful of is the size of each state. So this is 4, right? Ooh, no, it's more than that. What do we have? What? Number of locations is 4 this way. What about if you went that way? That's 5. Okay, so you'd be taking that penalty times 5 on the tropical part. Except it's hot arid. I think we need to be making a move upward here for a little bit, not downward. Avoid the tropical stuff. Colonize faster. There's an embrace institution cost coming down. That's important as we are not making money rapidly. Yeah, maybe we need to be colonizing this region first. Getting all of those lands integrated and some of it cored and getting some amount of control out of that. Getting more trade benefit from that. And then pushing into the tropical. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. Climate map. So here's your tropical. Subtropical. No winter, food decay. Local pop capacity. Available land is attractive. Okay. Continental. Hot, arid. Life expectancy much lower there. So it looks like getting to the lake. Getting to the lake is going to be important. Getting beyond what we have right here. But there's only one tropical location here. So I think once we finish with where we're at, we're going to start pushing inland this way. And then down along the lake and avoid our tropical area for a little while. That modifier is just nasty. So that's four locations, yeah. And it's what, 2 of them are tropical? Yeah, continental and oh, 3 of them are tropical. So this would be a pretty slow one to get into next. I think you try to bypass that. Cabinet cooperation. Nice, okay. That one has 5. Oh, but it's a lake plus 4. Continental. And arid. Yeah. There's your ticket to get down further once this one finishes at 44%. A little more expensive to get into that one. But worth it. Yes, yeah, colonizing around something, lock it up as interior, and then yes, that's the other idea with that, right? Make a move around, and then come in back through the south. That, I guess that's kind of your other alternative, is take the coastline, and then you're taking that away from others. But eventually, they're gonna come across to the western side, and then just fill in across the way, probably faster than we can, as they're going to be ahead of us on tech. A lot of trade-offs here. What do we have? Research capacity reached. Am I not researching anything? I don't see anything. Or not. Why didn't it tell me that I'm not researching anything? That's odd. Or I missed that anyway. Okay, relations, loyalty of subjects. We could use that right now with the move we made. Grant privilege, war with no CB, maximum RGO. We're barely even getting food production, 10% though. We need to get to that. Okay, there's our first 5. $38 ducats. We want to keep kind of feeding RGOs, but food production 10% is going to go a long way towards our current predicament of we're spending money on food when almost all of our provinces are food provinces. Ay, ay, ay. Right, we are largely dealing with those Yemenis, and the integration's at 56% already, by the way, so that's come a long ways. Assimilation at 15. Raising our control might be a good thing. How are we doing on that? 19, yeah, 19%. This one's at 25 of 40. That's at 9 of 24. There's a little more money to be had in these. Like our tax base right now is 0.03. 0.05. 0.35. Oh, there's some more wealth there. And I think that's the ivory part. Yeah, we might want to switch towards raising control there here in the near future. We're still not even 15%. That's taken a long time. That might be the one to lay off for a little bit. Coming of age. Hey, the Crown Prince is now 16 at a 50, 61, 45. Not great. Not great. But we could replace this weakling. And get a control bonus. For noble arts, that's got to be the direction we go with that one. Yeah. Amara upset. Never mind the prestige. Prestige we don't need. 39%, a little bit closer. We need 11. Grant privilege, but what do you want? Discipline 5%, but giving away 100% modifier for the aristocracy. And the discipline bonus, though, is fantastic. The tax exemption, though, that's too easy. That's too easy. There's your tax exemption. There's a 74%. There's an easy pass. Spy network's ready. Go ahead and get that CB. Destroy enemy. Humiliate. Yeah. We'll go with destroy. I think we're going to go with subjugation and not conquer, though. Integrating and coring's harder. And right now, this is a problem, right? But we've kind of cut off where everything was with it. And we are moving back towards decentralization slightly, aren't we? No, we are moving towards centralization now. Okay, we're going to have to use the tech to get subject loyalty higher, which we know we've got a 5% modifier on the way in the near future. That would get Zanzibar over the line. It's already got Gilde over the line. Pate is one we want to push. We need to get the vassals up so that we have that support during war. Yeah, it's amazing how long this is taking. Way too long. But this land's so valuable because it's right around your center, right? As we eventually get to the point where we can start building those roads, this land is going to have the highest control. And even without the roads, it's still going to have decent control. At least eventually, you know, when you take care of it, which we haven't properly taken care of. So at 15%, what I can easily do here is be smart instead of stupid. So let's be smart instead of stupid. And we're sitting on something that's barely functioning, taking forever. Or we can just increase control on Middle Rafiji and see it jump rapidly and see the benefit financially in a short period of time. And then we can go back to assimilating. Okay, I've been sitting too long. I'm uncomfortable. Holy cow, it's lunchtime. Past lunchtime. Have I been streaming this long? It's only 2.5 hours. I started late today. In part because I couldn't figure out what nation I wanted to play. I had all week and I tried to look into it multiple times during the week. But I was so lost and confused with where to go, what to do, and I'm happy with this campaign so far. It's not a power player. It's a weak one that's going to take a lot, but there's some freedom here that you don't have in other places that I like. But when those Europeans come around, we could be in trouble. Speaking of, just another check-in on how we're looking. Egypt is growing rapidly. Now it's really starting to take off. Mecca is picking up at a 0.08. And it's picking up at a 0.14 now. That's still pretty slow, though. I mean, we're not even 14%, so they are coming in way too slow, which was preventing us from getting any so far. Meaning we are, at the moment, still way, way, way behind the curve. Unmarried adult heir, and we can take care of that. Azuran, man, they are stronger than us, though. Going that direction could have a negative effect down the road. I'll take one of these minor players. Lamu is one of those available ones next to us. Pemba, I think, is one of our tributaries. Alright, financial situation is getting better. 2 ducats a month. Ready for another RGO. And no, we don't want to do cotton. Can't eat the cotton. We can eat the sturdy grains though, so we want to eat the sturdy grains. By the way, what's the impact of... Oh, we haven't finished that tech yet, right? No, we have not gotten the food tech. Currently working on the loyalty of subjects. That'll be handy. That'll be handy. Yeah. Cost of colony only a 0.24. Nice and cheap. We can almost afford a second colony, right? Maybe get a head start on that next one, but maybe we'll take care of Angoch first. Don't want to be sitting around 0 ducats as we go to fight a war. We're up to over 1,000 levies now. That is definitely progress from where we were. New outbreak of smallpox. And prosperity in Kilwa just took a big ol' hit. Is that something we need? There's that loyalty. 5%. Are these guys maxed out yet? Not quite. No, not even close, actually. Well, 2 of them are close. Okay, we did not get... It didn't drop below 0, so nothing to do anyway. But with our 5% modifier, this list just got a little bit shorter. Definitely got a little bit shorter, but it did not eliminate. Just shortened it. Yeah, come on. Still all coming down to food. Oh gosh. -12. The ivory definitely would help with the RGO situation. Or with the economic, right? The market revenue. It's not that valuable. I could look to see what it is. Before we get into our war, we could check on how that is looking as a trade good. Yeah, here's our ivory, of which 2.5 ducats are being made for each cell. And the effective supply is 1. That's the first ivory RGO around, but the demand is just not there. 0.12. So the base price of 4, there's no demand for it. There's a supply, there's no demand. So in time that will raise, and we'll want to increase the supply as well. But for now, it's a valuable good compared to other things. Horses are a much more valuable good that we would want to get into. Gold's going to be that most valuable one to reach, and silver for that matter, but iron's one that's a little bit closer that's going to have good value. But yeah, for now, the negative impact of food is hurting us. 2 ducats a month when we could easily be making money off of it. So I think short term, food is still very much the great equalizer for us. And the sturdy grains is one that's probably a little bit better off. Yeah, even supply and demand's a little high for that. Demand on fish is really low. How are these people not eating? Rice. It's just the capital. So maybe what we need to be doing is expanding it specifically. Have more food present there. I'm going to try that when we get to 54 ducats. Add more food directly, locally, so that I don't have to go to market for it. Because clearly we have a lot more food than we have demand. Cabinet member Santu. Not great. But losing him and prestige. Oh, we don't have much prestige to lose, but do we want to lose him? He's increasing control right now. We don't have any stability to spare. We only have 11. And there's your perfect answer. Our second son is 16. He needs to join the cabinet. What's that going to cost me? 10 ducats? Yeah, we're okay. Increase control bonus. Is that where our money started coming from? Could be. Introduction of our son as the naval commander. 2.84. Family dynasty. Starting to have a positive impact. Starting to have a positive impact. That's where things are benefiting. This is ready. We are ready to take you as a vassal. Yep. Clear advantage. No diplomat. Since when? And the spy network building. There we go. Okay. That'll get there soon enough. Right now we are being saved by nepotism. Now we're just gonna have to get our third family member, which I think we have a bit of a break. No? Oh yeah, unmarried children. 16. Yeah, nothing we can do at the moment. We'll take care of that soon enough. 9-year-old. Okay. 7 more years and that last cabinet member can become a family member. 3 ducats in 1 month. Nice. Nice. 0.74. If there's a slight improvement on that, we'll have it in 2 months. Otherwise, it'll take 3. Beyond what that marker says. There you go. We'll have it anyway. I could do math. We had it. We had it in 2 anyway. It's in the bag. Sleep thing again. Looking at round numbers visually. Visually, without actually doing math in my head, just visualizing. Normally, I'm pretty good with that. Not in that case. Ready to declare. Hold on, wait for the month to tick over. There you go. Recruit those levies. this time we want to bring them together down south in Ebo. And they should have about 300, so we don't want that group going forward without support. No! Oh, come on. I wasn't that old. The Sultan has died. Let's get you... I could give up 5 legitimacy. The prestige isn't gonna hurt. Lowborn. There you go. Better spouse. Keeps the loyalty within the family. Wow, they marched in on that one. They marched in on that one. They snuck in there. They stuck in there and got stack wiped. They came in from here or here, marched in on us, and poof. They couldn't see us just as much as we couldn't see them, but the timing was perfect on that. Urbanization, attraction. We only have one town anyway, but people are happy. I'll take that. Urbanization is power. Okay, well, we've already wiped out their army. Commander, no family member? How sad. Take the 16-year-old. At least we can use them again down the road. Already at 13%. They shouldn't be able to call up any more troops, so this will be done very quickly. We have 2 troops elsewhere. Where are they? Came late to the party. Probably from up here. There we go, 100%. Now, according this is not going to happen, therefore we want to vassalize and take 10 ducats. What else can we get here? Food access, military access, war reparations for a while. Help them feed our coffers. They're not going to like us for it, but they're not going to like us for a while anyway, so I'll take it. Okay, new vassal. And that's the short-term ticket forward, is more vassals, but you have that problem here of rebellious subjects that the tech will just help us take care of as long as we don't push that. Oh, yeah, we need a new rival to replace them. That's how we were able to get that CB in the first place, and there's your obvious next choice, right? We can move across, and what about you? So why is it red? Because they're not a threat. I think we move this way then. Yeah, the rest of these are tributes, tribute, one vassal. Those 2 would be available, but just gotta be careful with the Ajuran part. And actually, they're vassals of Ethiopia already, right? Those 2. But we want to control all of this. Vassalize most. There we go. Unmarried adult heir. Now ready for marriage. Again, the Ajuran, they're too strong. Mozambique, we already have the marriage with, so maybe Zanzibar. Okay, this is nearly done. We're at 55 ducats. I want to do the Kilwa RGO. There we go. Expand. Help feed. Help feed the province, which is at a minus 15. This will add, I don't know, how much food does that add? Output per level is at 1.15 currently. But doesn't fish feed 5 per? So we would actually add the 1.15 times 5. Is that the assumption here? I think it is. So we would add about 6 food to the province, taking their negative balance and almost eliminating it. Missionary activities or legitimate, take the legitimacy hit. Don't even have the ability to go minus 10. Son is born. Nice. Need that. Need more and more of that. I'm almost ready to start colonizing right over here. Integration finished. We have now integrated the 2 lands up here, which is going to give them their 0% control is still 0. Oh, hold on. I was above it. Oh, yeah, that was right. Satisfaction. Still a 0. They're just going to be less mad. Well, that's a shame. All that integration for nothing. We want... What do we want next? We want to... We're already expanding control. How are you doing on that, by the way? We're maxed out. We're about maxed out. So we're going to move both of them off of their task. States not causing a problem. We don't need to appease them. Developing a province could definitely be a good thing. Maybe combining for assimilation to speed up. Stabilizing the country. Stability investment could be a bonus that we want. But let's see what a double assimilation looks like. Continuing on with Masalo for that. It's at 15.5% now. So that's going to cost us 18 ducats up front. So we'll wait just long enough to be able to get that one going. Golden era for culture. Yay. +5 on culture. We'll check in on that here in a couple months when we're able to pay for this guy. We'll go check in on that culture. Another son is born. Excellent. Advantage of marrying that lowborn is paying off very quickly. Looks like We managed to have both spouses pregnant at the same time. Oh, cost is going up. There we go. Now we can afford it. New colonial charter. And we expect this one's going to go faster. See what those modifiers look like here in a moment. We don't want to move towards mysticism. We want to move towards jurisprudence. Yes. Oh, definitely. Do not feed the superstition. Wow, and that finished a moment later. Nice. And it cored right away. Sweet. Sweet. Meanwhile, plus 47. Okay. Huge, huge increase on how fast this will colonize. Huge increase on how fast that'll colonize. Love it. We are starting with East. Laugh, laugh. Hee hee. Which is sturdy grains. Sturdy grains. What did we gain from Nagindo? Legumes. More food. More food. Speaking of Kilwa, how we doing? Fish. Employed. Potential food for the moment is still -9, but is that a situation that's improving? Aha. So this is statewide in Bakuru, and we have the Manara and East Nagindu helping feed the populace. So we are improving the situation in Kilwa itself, but we can also improve the situation in Manara and Nagindo. And look at that. Positive balance as Nagindo is filling out the legumes. Here we go. Looks like we might have largely dealt with our food instability. Lord Ravuma is this next state down. How's that one looking? Sturdy grains, fish, and fish. They have a negative in the one that doesn't produce. Sturdy grains is a producer of 5. Fish produces 5. So really, kind of whoever's the cheapest would be your next one. And slowly but surely, we can take care of our food situation. I'm glad I'm just suddenly understanding how this kind of all works. It's local. It's within the state. 90 is a negative. There's your obvious one to go with. It's a larger population. 53 ducats, and then you'll take care of that. Council ready to meet. Once again, Gravel Road Network, member of clergy or state religion. The clergy once again. Though, I mean, we are doing the nepotism thing, right? Giving it over to family members, but okay. Don't need this to pass, but we don't want the stab hit. The antagonism's easily gone. 45% now. Lessen levy obligations for the nobility. That's probably a problem. Cut their levy size in half. For how many years was it? Oh, it's only 5 years. We have no target right now, but if somebody targets us, that's a problem, right? How much of this is coming from the nobility? Be nice if we knew the breakdown. How much of this is nobles? Oh, sweet. We don't need anything. There you go. 50%. as long as we don't get any more negatives. We're no longer on the red either. And Gauche has 1% loyalty. Pate, we're at 2.81. Let's go ahead and get Pate friendly. The two that we've very much made friends with are loyal. So we have kind of hit a tipping point on that where we're kind of just about making things work. And it looks like Pate is one we could get loyal. – 28% already. And our East Laugher. Okay, cabinet member dead. Do we have a family member yet? We do not. Council agrees that passed. We got no more negatives. An 18-year-old could be beneficial, as they are not going to die anytime soon. However, family members, we want... Yeah, it's a 12-year-old. They're going to be ready in 4 years. So take the best you can get. Hope that they live the 4 years. And worry about the rest later. How young is our Sultan now? He's only 21. He was very young when he came in. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's back. Present in 2 owned locations. It just hit, and we are... we have 67% resistance, so it's definitely not... Okay. Severe outbreak of Masumbo 1360. It's killed 3,500 people already. It's very much an African one, as it never kind of really came through our region. So it's up here. It's coming across this area. It's very much a African centric. It is hitting Sagara. 49%, 40%. This is new territory. Just 13% present here, but that could be quite a few losses. Overall, 263,000 dead. Kilwa at 7,600. So this is drastically increasing what our numbers were previously. Nice prestige bonus. Present in 7 locations. Unfortunately, this time it's spreading over land, so we weren't able to keep it contained. Resistance is only so high. At least there is some resistance. 80% here. It's going to knock it out in the capital soon, so it's not going to hurt too many, but that's still... it's a fair number of losses. I mean, we just lost 4,000 that month. Okay, they might be passing us the bubonic plague, but can they start passing us an institution? Professional armies is going faster here at 0.28. My guess is Egypt has adopted... guessing they've adopted all three. So I'm not sure how they're directly benefiting more quickly, but so are they. Professional armies. Coming down into Alodia as well. Any move the other direction? No. Okay. Are we starting to get anywhere? No, it's still zeros. So we are still very dependent on this hitting. And the professional armies now is very much looking like it will be the first one to hit. It's going to take them a good while to get it, though. And that's it for that round of tech. Food production plus 10%. Alright, let's get back in. It's all over here. Sturdy grains output 10%. Max literacy for burghers and then clergy. Maritime trade advantage. Trade range used over land. Is that going to help us? Maybe. Pop food consumption minus 5%. I think we're going to have our food situation taken care of here soon enough. That's already 8. That's probably as far as I need to go. Annexation cost is going to be good. Not that we can annex anybody at the moment. Cost of court. Legitimacy. Literacy for nobles. Oh, army morale. Peasant levy. We need those guys. Subject income, war score costs, those are all handy, but yeah, we'll have to get to those eventually. Oh, how much did we just queue up? 10. 10 items. Monthly research, almost 1.5. Yeah, this is our big holdup right now, is Adan getting to a 100% on professional army so that we can start picking it up as well. Of course, the other thing right now is this outbreak. Where it just added 18,000 dead in 1 month. We're up to 48K. We've jumped to number 3 on that list. It's hitting us pretty hard. 51K. We only have 360,000 left. This is a nasty, nasty outbreak. It's nearly left the country, though. East Nagindo's at 80% resistance, but it looks like it could easily spread into here, and they do not have high resistance. %78 here. 97 Mizizima. Pate just ended theirs. 10 prestige. Nice. Huzzah! Oh, I have. So it's a discriminated culture right now. Improve. So they like us. Is that what we've done so far? So why are the requirements not met? Don't understand. Don't understand. Cultural influence at just a 4? Jeez. You're just not making gain. gains. Our assimilation rate is at minus 24%. Pushing away from spiritualist would help with that. Maybe that's what we need to have. What are you doing? Is changing. 59, you're 72. And admin score, not that far off. No. Cabinet member, family member. We are not getting rid of our family member. Stability down to a 7. Gifted. Gifted son there. Grateful for that. So moving off of assimilation, we are doing a societal change, right? Where are you hiding? Why can't I find it? Why can't... There it is. Change societal values. So we want to move away from spiritualist, where you can convert quickly, but you assimilate terribly, towards humanist, where we can get a big assimilation boost. And we're minus almost 50. And goes up to 13%. Pate is loyal. And we have 56 ducats. Let's look in again at our food situation. Still minus 0.74. Ravuma is still half a ducat worth, wasting half a ducat a month, and that is Lindy that needs sturdy grains. So kind of the takeaway here on how this is kind of working is your food is done at a state by state level. If you have a negative balance in a state, you spend a lot of money to buy food for that state. Now measles, you gotta be kidding me, it's just one after another, and there goes 30 prosperity. It's only minus 1.36. Back to what I was saying. If you have a negative balance, the purchase price for food is expensive. You have a positive balance, you just have a bunch of excess food. And the sell price is not the equivalent of the trade-off, right? If you have your flat line and you're this far above and this far below equally, you're not neutralizing. This one has very little sell value. It's just excess. A lot of it goes to waste. This one is expensive to go out and purchase and bring in there. So, yeah. So dealing with Ravuma's shortage can make it go away. Dealing with Gavana's shortage can make it go away. And then we can actually start making money, small amounts, but making money off of it instead of losing money off of it, and long term getting that profitability that will keep us going in the right direction. And here we're moving much faster as our east Laffer is starting to make some sturdy grains profit, and they have a balance that's positive. They'll have that a little bit more as they grow and expand. We have a new court language, the Ravuma. The Bantu language power is not strong, so why don't we just take the 10 prestige? Speaking of, can we turn that into another positive from here? We have a tolerated culture of Swahili. If we get it accepted, and that gets expensive fast. Right now at tolerated it's using 1.3, but it would jump to almost 4. And the Yao is already at 0.62. We would have excess. And it seems to somehow already be cored. So I don't, well, only in some places, right? I don't know how it's working. This is the one that I would like to turn into accepted. It's currently tolerated. That would help us as we colonize in this land eventually. You gotta have that 5% to get more, so it's here where you want to go, but it's still discriminated. Well, that is the direction I'm moving. I suppose we'll spend this direction. It's like it makes them like us. They hate us less. We don't like them necessarily, but they don't hate us. Alright, well there's that use. Here's our expansion. Lindy is going to start producing more sturdy grains. And that filled in right away. They got their 1,000. So we've got 2 levels. So we'll have 2 output, which is going to give us an extra 5 food locally. That should tick up pretty quick. Lindy is going to go from a negative balance to a positive balance. For now, just a small shift, but it will shift more. It's already gone from a -9 to a -2, so yeah. And sturdy grains output plus 10%. Nice. Bonus. Kick it in right in time there. There's raw materials output, monthly control. That does not sound good. We don't want to move towards mysticism though. That's going to have a -2. It's a negative or a negative. Yay! Love those kind of events. Go-Go is next. This one is a sturdy grains province. More food. They'll have plenty of food there. Okay, he did not last the 4 years, but he almost did. He almost did. We're gonna wait for Mansanga, and he'll take that last cabinet seat. That shift away from humanist is happening rather slowly. We are shifting by what, 0.3, and it's only making a difference of 0.12. But I would imagine there's kind of a minimum. Yeah, it could not push past 12.58 spiritualist. That's just behind the face cam right now. But events pushed it much further than that, so we can drop it down to 12 and at least take the massive assimilation penalty away. Not necessarily gain, but take the penalty away. 16.5% is where we're at on Masalo right now. Underage heir, 5 years old. On a balanced education, but can't really afford more right now. What are we doing on the loyalty side? And Gauche is really picking it up, 22%. But everybody else is still kind of hovering around 37 to 39. A son is born. Yes. I want to pay for these guys here eventually, but I'm still dealing with the food RGO situation, which is down to a 0.2. And Makuro right on the limit. We're going to have to take care of that again. But Laura Gafana, we've got rid of the negative balance. Laura Gafana, where are you? That's this one. That's this one. And as for this state, I'm thinking this is the state, right? Salt. Not a food. Cotton. Not a food. Nothing I can do about that one. There is Ansanga. Female. Can she be a cabinet member? How did I not notice that? I did not notice that. What else do we have? Children. We got a 13-year-old son. Okay. That's still going to take a while. It's getting oldie. Or just the best, I guess. That'll have to do. Naval tradition, I'll take that. What are you? Iron. Ooh, iron's nice, but there's fish. Getty. That's still, is that still going to count for the state? No. It does not count for the state. So we need to integrate Getty, which I don't think I can integrate Getty. Change to vassal status. That would be what we need to do to kind of get them into the next level. Right now it's at a minus 29. Cultural influence, different primary culture. Ah, yeah, another son is born. Can I get that back, please? Where are you hiding? Where are you hiding? Change to vassal status. There we go. Base is a minus 92. Number of subjects with limited diplomacy, different primary culture. So the culture and influence is the problem here. The positive opinion, if you could pick it up. Trust. Trust looks like one we could actually get somewhere with. Or a enforced culture. What would we get out of this? Embraces Matumbe, convert culture. Can't use it again for 10 years. Gain 100% liberty desire. They would flip some. Oh yeah, that's an obvious one. Let's do it. Enforce culture. They're going to become disloyal for a while, but this is the long-term what you need to deal with. It's not a big food situation though. But that's how you fix it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. That's a waste. Risks of trade. Burgers. Very unhappy. Oh my goodness. We need to appease the burgers. At least for a few months. We are getting somewhere, but trade sucks right now. Max literacy for burgers. There you go. Good for that literacy rate. Still sitting at 1.48. $2.5 ducats. Now we saw finances start to become an issue here. Those are both legumes. Let's go ahead and take this one with the larger population. Well, I assume it's a larger population. Might not be. Ravuma and Umbakuro. So yeah, we want to get Ravuma again. Another in Lindy or around it. $50 ducats! Naval benefits. Sweet. Let's get the upgrade here on the go. Fish in Tungai. Noble arts. Yeah. 39%. Could use a little positive. I could use a little 5%er with the serfdom movement. We can ask them to improve their culture view. What's the loyalty like right now? They tolerate our culture. Okay. Yeah, let's go for that. Got an achievement. Improve cultural achievement. It's the first time I've done that. Just trying to, bit by bit, understand. Getty drops them to 46, but they'll recover from that. Back to 47 already. Legitimacy, prestige, or we lose 5%. We're almost there. We're only at 39, so this one's just going to fail, and our stab hit's going to drop us to a 3. Asti. That's dangerous. But I think we're finally going to have our food situation taken care of, and we're going to be able to start building buildings in the town of Kilwa. Do I have other towns, or is that the only town I have? Looks like all locations. So it would seem. We are so rural. Nothing but locations outside of our capital as another son is born. That's wonderful. Positive. Yeah, town of Kilwa, the only one we have. Scary. 15,000 pops. Barely food positive. Kilwa still very much a problem. But it's time to figure out where we can make some money. Slave market. How about we start with the Distillers Guild, one that we know is going to make some money. There you go. Nice. Okay, well there you go. Appeasing estates is done. Let's get back to the assimilation. 20% Matumbi now. Solo's at 18.5%. It's definitely making progress from nothing to 18%. It's just crazy slow. But the encouraging humanist thing, it's not going very far. Gilde is back to loyal, and Gauche 38. Do we want to start thinking about the next make a vassal situation? That's just 8k. There was a couple over here, but we really don't have much naval support to make that happen. That one at 4,400 would be a little easier to get. There we go. Sun has come of age. Replacing this guy is going to cost us what? 5 stability. No, and he's only 24. We're going to leave him in place then. Gogo is done with its sturdy grains. And so far 0% control. No control possible. 2% proximity. Even though there's rivers throughout this area, there is no spread of proximity through there. Ouch. Well, a trade deal specifically with Getty, they're inside our market. I don't know if we can do much trading with them. I mean, they have a high balance on food. Food price is technically really cheap within the market. But I don't think that's quite how it works directly. There's our first negative character trait. It's okay, he's quite a few players down the line. This is not moving. It says it's moving at 0.12, but it's not. It's stable. We don't have enough influence. So we'll go ahead and go back to both of them assimilating. Navy morale, or what else can we do? Naval damage taken reduction. I guess we'll take the morale. I don't know. Neither one of those gain much for us, but 4 ducats a month is starting to gain a lot for us, so we're definitely starting to take off, and we want to not just RG upgrade, we want to finally get into other things. We just made that Distillers Guild, a lumber mill in Kilwa. Development with trade-off of legitimacy. We have 100% legitimacy. Removing a cabinet member. Which one is it moving? Removing the one we want removed. Perfect. We arrest him. For the sake of nepotism, we spend 10 ducats. Somebody fabricated that behind the scenes for us. They knew what we wanted. They knew what we needed. And our 4 ducats a month has a chance to go up a little bit more as we get a higher control bonus. And there you go, about 4.5 ducats now. Sweet. We are making some progress. We have a good, stable economy for now. And we are progressing pretty quickly. Artist self-exiles. Moves to Getty. Great. Culture is pretty low already. Up to 32% crown power now. Bonuses coming from high legitimacy. Control of coinage. Ruler's administrative ability. Sultan in command. 2 members of cabinet. That's 50% worth of bonuses when we only have 30% otherwise. That's helping us quite a bit as we have a second family member who is an idiot. And they're about to top 19%. We're definitely gaining faster. We haven't shifted the way we want to shift, but some positive things are happening, at least for us. And we can probably get into codifying some laws here as well. Big question becomes, do we want to go over this twice at a time? However, where is our movement? Nope, not that one. I want... Now I've lost track of what I'm looking for, which is our movement of people. 41 ducats. Let's get a winery. Oh, hey, Swahili. That's an outward one. And that's dropped to 1.65. Most of our vassals dislike us just a little bit, or should I say tributaries. And gauche, we should probably make them like us a bit more. Improve opinion. Work on that loyalty phase. Get 2 loyal vassals. It's a big step in the right direction. Spread of extreme practices in Masala, where we're doing the assimilation. Jurisprudence obviously is good, and yeah, we'll go with that. Study Islamic texts. What's that going to do for us? Stability investment, tolerance of true faith, but move towards traditionalism. Yeah, no thanks. We do have modifiers we could pick up, but we don't have any religious figures. 72% unity is all we have, so that's one thing to keep an eye on. We've got plenty of Bantu lands, and I think that's some of our new lands. So other than just assimilating right now, we have some healthy bonuses in the direction of conversion. You would have a 42, or do you have 45? Or we have a 59, or just a 47. So yeah, let's see what happens. How fast can we convert? Would that help us in Masalo? Our ruler's mother has passed away. Oh, so sad. Almost 5 ducats a month. We want to just keep upping that revenue for a little bit, make some money in Kilwa, but I think eventually we start doubling. Okay, here we go. Getty wants us to improve opinion of them. We have to accept, or they will lose 12 trust in us. Swahili culture to positive, yes. It's along the lines of what I wanted. Culture. There's a positive with Swahili. +5. Nice. Okay, so it's like a two-way street kind of thing. Still don't understand what's what, but there was something there. We asked them, they turned around and asked us. The conversion is definitely going faster than the assimilation at 38% now. Will that make it easier? Probably. Draw of Kilwa. Okay, that brings in a character, or we get Army and Navy tradition, which we're really not hanging on to. The decay on that is pretty high at this stage of the game. Speaking of stage of the game, there we go, we have an intelligent one. Are we getting any closer? Egypt very much has adopted. Europe still hasn't, like Portugal hasn't. Morocco certainly hasn't. Beyond like the Ottomans, it hasn't, but Egypt has. And then you have Medina. Another son is born, starting to get in here. 85% on banking, and they do have professional armies now in Mecca. Adan, pick it up. Meritocracy, whoa, look at the rate now. 0.75, 0.53, 0.53, 0.70. Okay, Adan, you're gonna get there. You're gonna get there soon enough. 62%, gaining almost 1% a month. It's going to take them about 50 months, give or take. And then we'll be in business. We're probably still at 0. We're not at 0. We're not at 0 anymore. Meritocracy is picking up. At this rate, it looks like it'll be first. 0.01, though, is like barely. But we're getting somewhere. Jurisprudence, just naturally taking it. Yes, we want to get away from that mysticism, but we are gaining ever so slightly. And it doesn't look like Azuran is. Where's their cap? No, they're at nothing. So we are a little bit ahead of the curve towards others. Vijayanagara is starting to pick up, so we might start getting a benefit from that as well. Benefits are coming. There is to be gained. Let's look at our market center in Kilwa. Yeah, Axum. We're still not getting Mecha. It would be nice if we were, because they are picking things up. But Fijianagar. And then Adan, of course. Okay, hey, look at that. West Laugher, West Hee Hee. Is beeswax. That's a good addition. Okay, we've got beeswax now for the first time. 5.5 ducats coming. We've got 100 ducats for the first time in this entire playthrough. First time. What else can we do to make money? Paper Makers Guild. Saltpeter's Guild. Taylor's Guild. Get all three of those guys going. Good money makers, all in Kilwa. We're going to need to get another town on the go. What is the cost to make a town right now? It's going to be 392 ducats. We're going to probably want to do it right next to like Kilwa. Not within the state. They are providing the food. So you would want to go to like Kasiju. Cotton. Yeah. And 18k. There's your next town, 392 ducats. So we can build there as well as we continue to expand. We're at 81% here. West Gogo is the last one. Looking beyond, we have a passable terrain. We're going to have to make a move around. That's an expensive one. It's only 3 locations, but it's expensive. Maritime trade advantage, just a little bit of a benefit coming from there. You got lumber, and livestock. We can move this direction to go around. No, we can't. We gotta go through Pagoro, which is cheap. Sturdy grains. This is continental. So at least a couple of them is continental. What is the larger state? It's 4 locations. It's this part. I think these are both tropical. So 2 of them are tropical. Overall, not as bad. Gives you a pathway to get back down into the lake area. It's also close to your center, so control levels will be high when it's eventually done. Thinking about starting early on that one. Promote state religion. We're going to get missionary zeal. Pop conversion speed. Let's take it. That's something we are actively working on. Golden era for culture. 5. 5. Not high. Not high at all, but I'll take it. You know what? 84%. 21 ducats. Let's do it. Second colony at once. This will get us down into the lake area, and we can start moving along the lake after that. So that next state that it would be in contact would be down here. Okay, so that's a direction we haven't gone. Let's see, RGOs. Got lumber, coffee, coal, fish, clay, and the coal's nice. Here's the iron. Maybe we do need to pick this one up. Lumber, lumber, iron, fish, stone. Those 5. And it's not all tropical, so the penalty wouldn't be as bad. What I'm actively doing right now is not that great. It's plus 32. It does have some penalties, but the penalties aren't as severe. Mabunga's already at 10%. Oh, issue fails. Didn't get there. And Gauche at 47%, nearly loyal. Yeah, food barely taking a hit. Gafana is only minus 2-2. It's not bad. And Bakuro, though, is ever so slightly negative. Where the selling food is at least offsetting. We're neutral. We are now neutral. Cost to colonies, 4.52. Why did those go up? Those were supposed to be cheaper than that. We got some sort of large modifier for having 2 at once. Yeah, so we got to be careful about that. When this one's done, we'll need to go back to having just 1 for a little while. It's okay to overlap, I guess, a little bit. I mean, we still have a positive balance, but we want to keep the money rolling so that we can grow the economy, so we can get a second town, so we can have lots of buildings. Ulama happy, burgers not. Does not sound good. Burgers happy, Ulama not. Does not sound good. They both have a problem. 10% towards banking. There's your trade-off. There's your trade-off. We just picked up 10% in banking. So back over to the institutions while we check in on that one. And poof, 10% in banking. But gaining at 0, just as professional armies is gaining essentially at 0. Meritocracy is barely gaining. Dan? 80%, getting closer. Everything's like 60% other than the meritocracy. Mecca's starting to grow out of their capital. Vijayanagar is not locked in yet. Their problems, they're inland and moving slow. That's just the meritocracy coming. That's the meritocracy coming. Wow, how are you guys? Much a fit. What is going on here? You have meritocracy already? It's definitely starting to push through just a little bit. Portugal's starting to pick things up. So there's kind of your other marker of who's coming around the other side. 1376, they're nowhere near coming around, right? If we're thinking, let's see, where does 1376 put you? Prestige lost, okay. Right, they're gonna just be colonizing immediate vicinity. So yeah, no breakout, no threats anywhere near us yet. Really just Ajuran, who should like us still. Down to 100, but we've closed the gap a little bit. They haven't really grown. We certainly have grown. We're almost twice in strength, but our economy's way behind theirs. Population has caught up a lot, though. We were well behind. Looks like they lost a lot of people in at one stage or another to probably the Black Death. Ethiopia in trouble. Back to gaining a ducat. I think the new buildings, the constructions, are starting to kind of finish off and make us a little bit of money. There's 25 ducats, but what do we gain? Stability investment cost. We could use it. We have a 2. We have a 2. Goodbye, 25 ducats. Stability is a freaking 2. Holy cow. Fort maintenance. Save money on that, please. Where's my stability cost? That's culture. There it is. What's that going to cost me? Very little. Double it. 0.2 at the cost of 0.36. And this is, I think, an offshoot of the selection we made. We are making... What? Lasted a week. Muslim countries like us, and we pick up 10 prestige. Speaking of picking up 10 prestige, what can we do with that? And we can improve opinion with the Kilwa. Turns them into kindred. Okay. Culture did not tick up though. Looks like I'm gonna have to find some sort of a tutorial on that one, as I still don't understand it. We have our fixed improvement. Pate likes us a lot, and Gauche is now loyal enough, so we're good on both of those. We can maybe find our next one and try to make them like us, like Mozambique. So let's go ahead and eliminate one there. Do I want to maybe just take on that next? Like Quelimane, add a third vassal. For now, I think we're okay with a couple vassals. Let's make somebody like us. Mozambique, where are you hiding? Hey, stability is up to 4, and there we go. We just integrated those 4 locations and finished that state off, and there goes our profitability coming right back up to where it was. Cost of colonies down to 0.66. So we went from, what, 2.5 ducats each back down to a 0.66. So there really is a stacking cost for having more than one at once, but we got an 11% jump on this one with the first colony being almost half done. Navy tradition, or move toward... No, we don't want to move towards naval. Take the Navy tradition though. Obviously we're going to need a little bit of naval to go get Madagascar, but I don't think we're going to be moving overseas soon. I think we would really want to get a good firm grip here on Africa. So I think before we go too much further, let's go ahead and spend 52 ducats in East Nagindo so we don't have a negative provincial food balance. Provincial being state. Not a fan of their terms that they use for everything. Location, province. I think of things as states because I'm American. I live in a state. And then I have counties. Counties is that small location. For me, it would make more sense as county, state, region, etc. All right, that'll take care of the food once again there. Which was not very costly, but it's the only negative one we have that we can fix other than Gafana, and minus 0.23 is not bad. Getting offset by all the profitability we have in all those other states. You can see there's multiples that are just barely making it on their balance. But we're making 5.5 ducats. We are making 5.5 ducats. This is good. So we will get another construction or two, and then I think we'll save up and make a second town in the next province over, Kasiju. At 18,000. It's larger than Kilwa. Artist losing 15% skill. That sucks. We already lost an artist too. Okay, what's our best moneymaker? Another Spinner's Guild, 0.68. Let's do it. City rights, founding town cost. Nice, that's good research. We were just talking about founding a town in the near future. We just finished that, right? Yeah, food consumption. This is the next one too. I'll be happy to have that. So suddenly we're down to 354. It's going to take a good long while, but we're making 5 ducats a month. Temporary insanity. Come on. We do not want to reduce administrative. We'll reduce military. It's 1 year. It's 1 year. But it is a 7 stab hit, giving us a negative for the first time in this campaign. At minus 0.4 in 2 months, that'll be taken care of. There's no negative events happening from it at this stage. Our conversion of Masalo is at 40%. Our assimilation is over 20% now. It is accelerating, I think, in part because of the conversion. So keeping those both going is very much good. This is 4 locations, so 25% will get us the first one. Mozambique, there you go. It's gaining. It's at 43%, where it was at about 39. One by one, we're dealing with all these disloyal subjects, huh? Alright, we have a good little amount of control here. These guys, 1%. Only integrated. Satisfaction's hurting. Proximity's there, but it's not much of a score. 5%. From here to here, it's down to 5%. We need a boost. But how do you get it? How do you get it? Proximity scores are hard to come by right now. Now, Samana, if we're at 20% across Masalo and Igbo is still at nothing, which it's still at nothing, 1%. That means Samana's got to be at like 40. Just about at 40. Okay, that's going to tick over a lot faster. It very much snowballs. So you get that one to 50. It'll get to 100 pretty quick, and then it'll help Igbo along. But it'll also core. It'll core when it gets to that 10 more percent. So we just need to convert another 1,000. Hey, so. Daughter is born. Nice. How close are we? We got a 15-year-old. We got a 15-year-old. We're already fully Nepo babies now, right? Navy and both cabinet members are family. We've already got our maximum bonus from that. Sitting at, what was it, 32? 33%. Having more options will just keep it at that and give us better choices as time goes on. 2 spouses and 8 children. Very nice on that part. That's so helpful. Okay, promising admiral. Economy is looking stronger and stronger. Let's look at the expenses. What do we have? Building maintenance. Not bad, not bad. We can almost afford to do things. The colony thing would be something to do sooner rather than later, but maybe we do it at like 75% because we know it's going to jack up the cost quite a bit. Maybe get into some production again. Maybe we spend a little bit more, like a weaponsmith, tar kiln. We have no tar kiln at all. How beneficial. How does that feed the economy in other ways? And we have a shortage for liquor on the ships not repairing. How are those ships doing, by the way? Being that they have not repaired all this time. They're still at 100%. So no big trade-off there. 106 ducats now. A third of the way. Mozambique. Halfway from the 40% to the 50% threshold to become loyal. Pop food consumption minus 5%. That's going to suddenly fix the problem we were having everywhere but Gafana. And Gafana, it's going to make it less bad. Yeah, -6 just became -1. Almost fixed it. Almost fixed it. They still have a negative balance, naturally, but... peasants. Isn't there a food option in here somewhere? Forest village. Food production, +1. Ding. 27 ducats. Let's spend 27 ducats on that. Mabunga. Just cored. That was the first location. Okay. Okay. Our heir just came of age. We got to get him married. And Gauche, our vassal. Sure. A joke too much. You can't joke too much. Prestige and legitimacy. Artistic skill hit again. They're just trying to kill us on culture. We did spend a little. We're still above 100 ducats though, and that's going to help us with the food situation there. I would love to see that go away once and for all. And now we're selling food. 0.56. We're starting to make money off of food and not spend money on food. And almost 6 ducats a month. It's getting that little bit better. Big thing now is just waiting on things to spike here. Meritocracy gaining 0.2. Professional armies gaining at 0.16. It's starting to take off. Is that because you have it? You do. You do. And meritocracy and Renaissance are both nearly done. Mecca is also growing in that capacity, but now you can see like Ifat is taking it. Azuran's capital is starting to take off as well. That is definitely not rapid gain, but the professional armies is going that little bit faster and helping catch up. Fill the treasury, 22 ducats. Legitimacy is already maxed out. Stability we desperately need, as much as I want the ducats to get a town founded. Farming estates. Right now that's probably the most beneficial and easiest to get. We'll take that. Farming estates is going to help us with the food situation, right? Positive food balance. Coming of age, there's another. Ruler's son, unmarried. Take care of that. Getty. Excellent. We're at 39% by the way on that one. We don't want the stab hit if possible. It's where most of our stability has been running away to. Looks like we're also starting to get the benefit out here through those markets. So it'll pick up even faster. What can we do about institutions? Prestige and diplomats. Crown royal court. 119 ducats, which we can now afford. Crown power means more money. And efficiency of cabinet. As much as I want the town. Let's get the royal court. No jurisprudence. There goes our ducats again. Oops. Went the wrong way. Happens a lot. Set a target. Let's save up 300 ducats. Ooh, here comes this event. Here comes that event. Here comes this item. Here comes that item. Things impacting it on a regular basis. It's a very good additional building because it's going to help us make more money. 10% modifier. Remember, we only had a handful of modifiers. We have 50% from nepotism. We have 32% elsewhere. This is going to add another 10%. Combined, we have 80% right now. It's going to give us combined 90%. That's a 1/8 increase on what we had. 1/8. It's going to have a pretty healthy bonus. Bye-bye, stab. Down to 5. 6 1/3 ducats this last month. And the royal court's still 480 days away. And that 1/8 bonus, 12% increase. Doesn't mean it's going to go 33 up 12%. But our modifiers bonus essentially is a 12% increase. Mozambique, 47.5%, getting closer. The list will be down to 7, disloyal. As for where we went, we're moving back towards decentralization now. 0.06 is the rate. It's at 21. We are innovative. The, oh gosh, 0.44. No wonder we can't move it. No wonder we can't move it at all. Plutocratic, free subjects. We are belligerent slightly. Quality over quantity. Offensive over defensive. Naval over land. Capital economy over traditional economy. That's good already. Individualism ahead of communalism, and jurisprudence over mysticism. Yeah. That's the one we want, along with the humanist, especially the humanist right now for the coring. Army morale, 0.25. Prestigious family requests aid. What did I mention about negative events? That would put us at a 45 in the short term. Goodbye, ducats. But that's only, what, 6 butts? It's a half year. Half year worth for the coffers. It's only 1381. We've done a lot by 1381. Well, we picked up sand in West Gogo. Feel like trying to be patient and waiting for that 300 ducats. It's a are we there yet? Are we there yet type scenario. Same with the colonizing at the moment. Plus 33 is not terribly slow here. Having that mixed bag, not just being tropical. How's the maritime presence looking? Well, it's built to almost 66 coming off the capital. 43 here. That's not much. This one hurts. Just a 18. Just an 18 there. Definitely not helping. And almost 40 there. But yeah, it would be nice if we can get a little bit more of a bonus going with that so we can actually build some presence. So we can actually get some proximity, because look at that. Ebo has nothing. Ebo has nothing. That's crazy. Minus 6% there. And just here. Already a negative balance. It's harsh. That is harsh. Overland is definitely better, but costly. I think with a second town in a high control area means start building more buildings. Getting a lot more going on trade, market wise. Tax rate wise. Right now it's that silly assimilation piece that's hurting. Literacy these days, 14 in the capital, 11 across the Cord lands. Our vassals are doing well, 14, 15. We can definitely research faster around the area. It's just we do not have the institutions. Not that they do at this point. Right? This is one location. They don't have it around it. It's just going fast. Burgers. Already upset. They're going to be really upset unless we spend 70 ducats. That's like a year. It's a year worth. Let's deal with them being upset. Stop the conversion. Appease the burgers. I have not had a hamburger in 16 months. I do not eat beef. Okay, we're gaining at 0.23 now. Banking as well. Meritocracy at 0.31 stuff. And increasing yet further. Now 0.26 and 0.34. It's yo-yoing. Okay. It's yo-yoing. But it's coming along, I guess. Again, we're definitely doing better than others. An ambitious child. Can I influence this now that they have it? Let's see. Trading. We want specifically to trade in Adan, and we are. We have 4 trades in coming from Adan. So, yeah. Okay. No need to manipulate it. It's happening. And they applaud us with 45 sailors. Gindo will be the next one. And Gindo is providing us with lumber. It's definitely good for the cost of construction. 126 ducats, a third of the way, or better than a third of the way, towards our town. Closer ties with a neighbor makes the Omara happy. That's not ties with a neighbor, it's a family. It's a nobility arranged marriage situation. Stability back to 9. Kutu is cord. Kutu is cord, okay. Matumbe. Plus 50%. This is like natural movement. Natural pop changes. Closer we over here. %. Okay. Definitely not as close. Yeah, appeasing estate's already back to 27. Can't forget about that one. And Ebo, I'm guessing, is still virtually 0. 127. Whereas Samana is just inching closer. Yeah. We were at 39, now it's at 41. 2% closer. Peasant levy. Okay, and tech done for the moment. Trade capacity. Make the nobility happy. Subject opinion. Plus 10. And literacy for nobles. Okay, that's probably a good quick start for that one. Cost of court. More cost of court. And legitimacy. All worthwhile things that will save us some money. We'll take that initially here. Levies are up to 1,100, by the way. Cultural influence is so small. And we have 2 artists with no works of art at all. Daughter is born. The royal court is built for now. It's only giving me 8.5%, but it's still making a little bit of a difference. Crown power now at 34. We control more than a third of everything. Ajuran wants a marriage. It's going to give us some prestige right away that we can spend. Makes me a little bit nervous about how strong they are. But checking in on them, how are we feeling these days? Still much weaker. Still militarily being the main thing. They've gained a little bit to their economy. We've gained the same amount. So from our major deficit, we're caught up, and they do like us. The royal marriage giving us a plus 30. Offer alliance. And we have an alliance now with Azuran. And suddenly we do not need to fear our own tributes. We have the might of Azuran, and also as a friend, that means we don't have to fear them as an enemy any longer. Big plus. Didn't realize we were going to get a plus 30 out of that royal marriage. Should have thought of that and acted on it much sooner. We have dealt with Madagascar now. Down to just 7. Volmar would be the next one. I think we can go ahead and cancel Angoche and start working on that. We can move towards offensive, defensive, or yeah, we'll take the offensive gain. And Volmar's here. Go ahead and improve opinion. The burgers are no longer ticked off, and minor revolt is fading. Let that push a little bit further along. Yeah, it's gaining 1% a month. Another son has come of age, or a nephew in this case. Our rank is very much hurting, but you add 15 for embraced institutions, and I think we're right back in the mix in a decent state. We're doing just fine. It's just this is the cost of being in the middle of nowhere. But professional armies at just 10%. We're only gaining 0.12. Banking leading the way. Meritocracy actually now leading the way. Just gotta keep an eye on all of these guys, and I need to look again into what can I do to boost. Local cultural influence in the capital through a library is probably a good thing. Max literacy also going up 5% would be a really good thing. And institution growth, 25% bonus. It's 30 ducats. We're back to 200. Back to 200 on our progress. Told you things keep coming up. Things just keep coming up at that library. Way too important. We need the institution growth. Now these should not come with a similar benefit. Yeah, local food capacity. Sergeantry, local crown power. We already have a 100% here. It's elsewhere that we would need to put that. Irrigation, pop capacity, food production, 5% bonuses. God, we need to get some irrigation here and there and everywhere. But that's going to be it for now on those constructions. 217 ducats. More rapid institution growth in 220 days for now. Now it's 0.3. So happening a little more quickly for whatever reason right now. Getting these things kind of fluctuate and we don't know just what is what, but let me take a closer look. Let's see what it is. What are we gaining here, professional armies wise? Import from locations with professional armies is 0.17. Export to locations with professional armies is 0.01. But we have satisfaction, we have market center, port, road connected to capital, development. So I could get a little more if we push development higher. Location exports and imports. Location size minus 40%. Movement cost. Age 1 bonus 20%. Size of location 62%. So realistically, what I could do here to increase it is development, or like we're doing, library, 25% modifier coming, which is much better than the 2.5% from development that we could turn into like 2.8 if we were to spend on that instead. Mercantilism, 11 ducats. It's 2 months trade for 2.5 stability is not bad at all. We'll take it. It's only 2 months. Not much of a setback. We've done much larger setbacks than that. I think we could stop appeasing the estate now at 38%. They're okay. Trade capacity plus 10% is good. Assimilation, are we doing double? No, we were doing conversion. Check in on that cost. It does fluctuate a little bit. Right now it's at 360 ducats. Lumber is increasing the cost just a little bit. So I think one of our easy ways to help fix that is increase our lumber output just a little bit. Jurisprudence, yeah, we'll do that. Okay. North Nagindo. There's that 50% threshold halfway through. Do we want to get another one? No, I want to found a town in Kasiju before we go and double up. Stability is getting better at 15. Investing that little more, making a pretty big difference for us. Unmarried child. Go ahead and take care of that one. Royal marriage, 17 prestige. Do we have anywhere we can? No, you won't let me. We can worsen, not better. But we can work on Yao. Yeah, requirements not met. Requirements not met. It's like we're playing to make everybody like us game right now. But at some point we've got to get them to like us back, which was what happened with Getty, right? They helped push that one along. $250 ducats now. About 100 to go. Or 20 months. Less. Checking in with this more often than I think I am. Has that number gone down? It was at 4,100. It was 41, now it's 4012. Do we need to get back to doing both of them at the same time? It is. We're going backwards. We have no cultural influence right now. Assimilate, double, or just stop assimilating, and it won't change. We are going backwards. We need to work on other things. What else can we do here? Improve control. We could try to assimilate others, like in areas that are already okay, you know. Give up 10. Nope, we don't want to. There goes 10 legitimacy. Let's go for like a lower roofie assimilation. It's going to give us more cultural strength in an area that's already cultured. Yeah, 49.91, right? The more pops we have, the stronger it's going to be. Already above 50%. There you go. Currently at 0.2. Library is done, by the way. 0.27. Yeah, I don't know why it's fluctuating so much, but there you go. Ifat, growing quickly, 0.5% per month. Yemen, very much starting to take off through a few locations. And we are not gaining as fast as Azuran anymore. Oh yay. What do we have? Gravel road network. Can't afford. Not quite. State religion. I'm not converting. Naval. Do we want to go with the gathering industries and hope for a big positive? I don't really need anything from the member of the clergy. Bolster the government. Monthly legitimacy. Nah, we don't. Gathering industries. And just hope we get a big positive event. Otherwise we're taking a negative stab hit. As we have another coming of age. Yeah, the assimilation here is working and working well. Sometimes you got to take easy wins to build your culture. More people with your culture makes you stronger. And helps boost that, you know, cultural tradition, which the cultural influence is going up, but it's not strong. Not strong enough. $318, but all of a sudden we're only making 4 ducats a month. $30 ducats to go. Oh, we got a positive. Well, I'm happy, 70%. Extra bonus to the research speed. Kasishu should start picking stuff up as a town, I think. It'll be slow, but at least they'll get a head start. Could be wrong. I think it will. Uh-oh, I'm getting tired. Been at this a while. And it's already 2 o'clock. I need to eat. I've got practice in just over an hour. Ooh, a 10% boost. We might actually get this thing to pass. I would look at the 339. We're so close. We're so close. And we're so close. 13%. There's 13% between the two. Losing 3 local markets. The local markets give the burghers power but makes their production efficiency better. But it's not in our capital. It's Kasiju though. Burghers temporarily upset. That's okay. Increase opinion is also a good one. think we could actually make this work. We are 6% away. We got it. We got it. We are going to pass this puppy. And we'll have Expand Gathering Industries giving us Melindi and Kilwa getting increased RGOs. And Prosperity bonus, which is great for Kilwa, which keeps getting all those negatives over time. Probably nowhere near 100%. Popular support for Grand Navy, shipbuilding speed. We've built exactly 0. But at least we've got some assimilation succeeding right now. Strengthening that culture just a little bit. And we're coming up on 350 on the ducats. Next month. Next month, we will get town number 2. There you go. It's on the way. Kasiju. Town number 2. Okay. Reason number 1 for having it so close. Control already high at 63%. This is going to give it more control, meaning we're going to actually benefit from having a town here. Reason number 2. Can't have everything in one town. What happens when prosperity fails in Kilwa? What happens when, you know, this, that, or the other thing? So we need high control nearby. Second option, you could build in 2 places instead of 1, meaning both could be built up simultaneously. Constructions can happen more quickly, and you build the economy that much faster. That's the main reasons. That's the main reasons right there. But and then also the reason why you go there instead of right here is we've got to take care of food in each kind of area. We got to make sure each one has enough food, otherwise we go back into, hey, we're paying for food. Gafana 0.02, no big deal, right? We're okay. There's no control, but it's not costing me anything anymore, or it was. So getting control of those 2 locations overall, not so bad now. We're getting a little bit of control. You can get to 80%. That's tempting. That is tempting. But we got it. We got our town number 2. So we are making some progress, though it is still constructing. It's going to take a little bit of time. We're also at 63% here, meaning we can almost, once we at least have a little bit of a cushion, I think we can afford to start colonizing our second one simultaneously. And that would be this one, right? That pushes in. Da-da-da-da. Oh, that's not cheap. What happened? What happened? As we got another coming of age. Like that's the direction we gotta go, but is there gonna be a cheaper colony here? Monthly maintenance. No, this is all just your, like, you're building your second, so it's expensive, period. Oh, you already have one. So that's your cost of doing business for doubling up. Why are we losing 90? Ebo must be where the colonizing right now is happening. It's going to make the assimilation down there a little bit easier over time. Volmar getting close, 47%. Wave of immigration, Pagoro. Is that okay? Pogoro's gonna finish here quickly while we work on West Nagindo, which is gonna make it finish faster now. How fast is it gaining? I want to see kind of the turn of a month and see what's that percentage gonna be. And see how long was that gonna be. Subject opinions plus 10. Okay, no sign of actually anything coming of that. Now that's subject opinion, not loyalty. They just like us better. It will improve the loyalty score, but it's not an automatic. Huh. Thought Pogoro was supposed to be getting pops. It's clearly not, or at least not pops that count for us. Whatever is migrating to Pogoro doesn't count. New Sultan! He wasn't even old! But we got a 79, 38.45. That should give us an increased admin score. Yeah, he was only 43. But he was also the Mad Sultan there for a little bit, right? So I guess we're okay. Let's get a family member. 23-year-old. Excellent. Not a bad score either. So same sort of modifiers that we had before. For the moment anyway, 4, almost 5 ducats. We have an underage heir, just 5 years of age. The new Sultan is just 23, has 3 children already, 1 spouse. We might want to make that 2 so we can have a large family. No royal marriage, but what about the nobility or lowborn? He has 1. He's got 3 children already. He's fine. He's fine. All right, folks. You know what? I think we're gonna be hitting pause on things here. So we were making progress. The economy doing much better. We are colonizing faster. I've definitely learned some tricks about colonization here. Assimilation. We'll see. We're getting through this location better, but what about the other locations? Is it going to impact them? By spreading our culture, we expand it, right? So we should be able to assimilate faster, in theory. Right now we can't switch to humanist to also increase it, so trade-offs. But I'm doing better than I did with Provence, but I'm still having similar kind of problems. And one problem in particular is wherever it's hiding. We have 3 artists with 0 works of art. 0. Yao. Okay, another improve. Let's go ahead and do that now. Got 4 we like. Just not the like back or whatever we need to make those all work. But accepted cultures wise, sitting at 1.5 of 4. Cultural traditions kind of there, 58. Cultural influence just not happening for whatever reason. We're not matching the decay rate and the assimilation rate. That's the spiritualist one. That works of art. That one sucks. We need some things to happen here as time goes on. But thank you for tuning in on this one. Much better start. This campaign's going somewhere. Long term, though, it's going to all come down to the institutions. For now, we are making some progress towards getting this first wave. We're very much behind everybody else, but it's not like we're in a new age. We're only halfway through this age, so getting it late doesn't mean that we are going to lose to the Europeans. We're still getting it. We're just going to have to make sure we're not too far behind down the road. And of course, then the tech that comes with things and keeping up on military and whatnot. And obviously, we're not keeping up on military as things go, as we're at, 1,300 levies now? So far behind what, like Asherat has. But hey, we're friends. We're friends. So we are not threatened. So I'm pretty content with how things went on this first stream. We're definitely making some progress. I'm Decathlon Gamer. Like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Be safe out there. Bye for now.